pulling the game time screen. We are officially visible to all of you, presumably. Oh, almost.
So close.
No, actually, I'm glad that you spoke because I was actually afraid that the audio wasn't on, but nobody was speaking. So it just wasn't.
Do what I can.
Yeah, so now, everybody just say something to make me feel better.
Say something, I'm giving.
Something.
Wonderful. Okay. I immediately feeling a million times better. Welcome, one and all, to Level 1 Adventuring, a 5th edition, home-brewed, live play, all the words, Twitch stream, soon to be on YouTube, and all the fun things. We're so happy to have you. This project has been a long time in the coming, if you know the history of it, and if you don't, one day I will regale you with it, and you will be impressed and confused. But until that day, we're all here. My name is Wolf Scott. I am your resident dungeon master for our story. We're going to go around and we're just going to introduce ourselves, because for anyone who's not our personal friend watching this, because that's mostly who we marketed to, you may not be aware of who we are. So, yeah, I'm Wolf Scott. I am from Pittsburgh. I currently live in New York City. I am an actor and voice actor. You may have heard me on Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains at one point. And I'm also a big D&D nerd. I've been playing for about 16 odd years, if I'm doing the math correctly, and we all know that math is not my strong suit. But if that's to be believed, that is when I started. And I've been pretty much a forever DM. Oh? Whoa! We already have our first shatter. Someone said we're a bunch of banging babes. Ain't that the truth? But yes, that is me in a nutshell, and we'll pass it on over. I'm gonna popcorn it, I guess, since y'all can't see the actual chat stream, I don't think. So Viola, popcorn over to Sydney.
Hey y'all, I'm Sydney. I'm originally from Arkansas. Fell into that D&D world about 3 years ago. Very excited to be playing Viola with you guys. Should we do character bio or not? Not yet.
Well, they'll learn them. They'll learn in time.
Right. Never mind. She's a secret.
And would you like to pass it over to anyone else there, Sid?
Oh, I thought that you were passing it. My fault. Let's go ahead, Lauren.
Hello, my name is Lauren. I'm originally from Maryland. I've been in New York for 15 years. I've been playing D&D for half of that time, so about 8 years now. And I'm an actor. I don't know if I said that already. And yeah, I'm playing Gray. She's a half orc, and I'm really excited to play her. I'm usually casting a lot of the spellcasters, so I'm excited to play a character with some brute force. Popcorn, Zach.
Perfect timing. Partners in crime. I'm Zach. That will make more sense later as the campaign goes on.
Hopefully, if we do our jobs, it'll make more sense.
My name is Zach. I'm from Minnesota. I've also been in New York for 9-ish years now. Playing a D&D, I've been lucky enough to play D&D with Wolf now for like 8 of them. Like, geez, a long time.
It's a lot.
But I started playing when I was the young lad. Kind of got me into the social world to begin with. So I have a lot of thanks for D&D in my life. And otherwise, I'm just kind of a human being in New York City. You know, living my life, feeling free, loving it. I'm gonna go ahead. Oh, and I will be playing Zorvarax, the Dragonborn fighter. And it's a nice change of pace from my bard in our other campaign. So I'm very excited to be punchy and strong for once. I'm gonna go ahead and popcorn it over to Amber.
I'm Amber. I am also based in New York, and I'm from New York, but upstate. I'm currently based in Queens. I am playing the half rogue. Ooh,
Multi-classing.
I am playing a rogue, half-drow Nadara, and I'm very excited to be playing her. I am a huge nerd. I'm into all things nerd, anime, games, all that. I may be streaming soon, so take a look. But yeah, that's me. I'm excited to be here. Maybe I'll tell a quick story. A quick story about how I got into D&D. I've been into it now for about 3 years. Wolf and I used to work together, and I think one day he overheard me talking about Neverwinter with another coworker, and introduced me to the world of D&D shortly after that, and I played my very first D&D session with Wolf, so I'm excited to be here for level 1 adventuring. Yeah.
It is my honor and I think duty to conscript as many nerds as I can into D&D, so I'm very glad to have corrupted you to join us. And then I think, yeah, who we got?
I'll popcorn over to Garrett.
Great. I'm Garrett. I'm also in New York City, if you're sensing a trend here. I'm also an actor. I've known our DM for a long time now. I've been playing with D&D with him just about as long. And I'm finally playing a wizard. Our Yoan Byrne, Tiefling Wizard. The rest you'll have to find out along the way. And I think that just leaves us with...
Drum roll.
Hello, I am Kimani Dowden. I'm from Southside Jamaica, Queens. I am your humble and handsome bard, Musa the other side. I'm put you right there. We don't know more as we go.
Equal parts humble and
Ended
handsome.
on 2 mysterious ones.
Just so everyone that is streaming with me can see, we have people who are saying hey, hi, hello. We actually have viewers first. This is beautiful. Thank you so much. Wow, that is just so cool. My heart is full. But with those introductions out of the way, I think maybe we step into some adventure. How do people feel about that?
I think we better.
Yeah.
I don't wanna.
We're
That's
ready.
okay.
Yeah, sorry. We're gonna cut the stream early today, guys. Thanks for logging in.
Wait, we're alive?
Should nobody tell Lauren we're live. And with that being said, let us enter the world of level 1 adventuring. Throughout the multiverse, a great many and ancient mysterious worlds drift about the astral sea, but few are as storied or as fraught with danger than that of Eruth. Scarred by perils and dramas both terrestrial and cosmic, Eruth has seen countless empires rise and fall upon its surface, been the epicenter of several arcane cataclysms, and is even rumored to have once housed the living bodies of the very divines themselves, before mortal minds track the passages of hours and years. Eruth is divided into 2 great hemispheres, Essarn in the east and Wessarn in the west, and each of these hemispheres themselves contain 2 massive continents, all rich with unique culture and varied histories. From the endless bamboo forests and towering spires of Akun, to the sun-scorched pyramids and strangling jungles of Kari, across the uncharted isles and black powder wonders of Veros, each continent alone could provide us a tale worthy of telling. But our story takes us to one continent in particular. In Wessarn, above the high seas of Veros, lies the realm of Mira. Mira is a nation of valiant cavaliers, wise sages, and legendary monsters. A land filled with the crumbling castles and long-abandoned mead halls of usurped rulers. A place where secret magics and world-shaking artifacts lay buried for ages, waiting to be rediscovered. And now, where political factions vie for power over rising dominions and untamed wilderness. It is here that 6 wandering souls and unlikely companions begin a journey that will forever change them and bind them together. These travelers find themselves summoned to guard a caravan owned by the Dusty Trails Trading Company, a pedestrian mercantile outfit known for moving valuables and raw materials between the south of Mira, known as the Arc Reach, to its cosmopolitan center, known as the Hinterlands. Their proposed route would take them along the well-traveled Fortune Road through a region known as Sunstep, a sprawling landscape of golden hills and rangy prairie grass as far as the eye can see. With the promise of warm food, bedrolls, and fair pay, these adventurers seek fit to meet with their possible employer, who simply signed this job's notice with the mysterious moniker, the Man in the Morian, quotes. in hopes of keeping pace with the wagon until it reaches its destination of Danareth, the capital city of the hinterlands. Though they each have their own individual reasons for wanting to reach the city that stood, they may have no other choice but to work together to ensure their survival whilst traveling the oft-treacherous frontier. Dawn has come to the third month called Epinor, or Green Seed to the common folk. It is the beginning of spring, and on one fateful day, in a quaint and humble tavern, our story begins. And we have some great emojis in the chat. Thank you so much for peppering us with... Oh, whoa. More emojis. I love it. So, we are taking the story at an establishment called Onathi's Roadhouse. Now, as we've established, we're in Sunstep. This is a sprawling field of golden hills, prairie grass. It's sun-baked, it's arid, not inhospitable. We're not talking desert here, but still for the unprepared, it can be a very dangerous route, especially to travel alone without proper provisions. Onathi's Roadhouse sort of stands as a significant waypoint for people traveling across the Fortune Road, as it is one of the few and far between places to bed, repair wagons, catch some food, and some clean water before someone told me to tell Amber that she's very cute. That smoothed 25.
Thank you.
To get some clean water and food before pressing off either northward or southward deeper into Mira proper. Ooh, gaming on here. We got a sub. What we're gonna do now is slowly but surely our adventuring party is going to trickle in, and I'm going to leave it to the whims of fate. I've assigned you all a die roll, and so sorry if I'm putting y'all on the spot, but this is what D&D is all about. Let me check my... Okay. Two shadows break across the dusty trail heading up to Onathi's Roadhouse. The establishment itself is sort of this multi-tiered ramshackle building. It definitely looks like it's been sandblasted over the years. Most of the paint, if there ever was an elaborate paint job, has been well worn off. You can just see the golden timbers underneath all of the splintered art. But it is endearing in its own way. It definitely has an inviting aura. You can smell savory scents wafting through the air. These are hardy root vegetables and gamey meat, which is pretty much the only thing you can find in this roughshod wilderness which Onathi stands. From the windows, you can see the amber firelight crackling in the distance. Definitely feels like a place that you'd want to be. The two shadows that we see approach are that of what appears to be a hooded sailor and a very garishly dressed gentleman with a lute upon his back. And so I think I have all of your pictures queued up. If one of these adventurers would like to describe themselves as they near Onathi's Roadhouse.
This gentleman, he has a blue open shirt, very comfortable. He has big brass rings in his nose and in his ear. He has long brown and dark locks, and he just fly. There's something about the way he moves, he just fly. And I think that's it. Yeah.
The woman that you see with her hood has her face well shrouded. You can only see a shadow above her eyes and the bottom of her face. She is wearing a very light chainmail. She's ready for anything to happen. She just came from the sea. She is very obviously knows what she's doing. She's got a good tan going. Her life is very stressful right now, though. So we are walking very hurriedly towards the building.
Absolutely. We'll come back to game chat. Okay, so those are the two individuals that you see marching towards Onathi's Roadhouse. You can hear some clamoring voices from inside, maybe even some plucky offbeat music in a faint way. Do you want to do or say anything, this mysterious pair of travelers, before you enter said roadhouse.
Viola, remind me, where are we going?
Listen, Dave, you know that we have to get money, so that we're taking this great mission here from this mysterious letter. We're meeting this dude. And he said to meet here. So this looks like as good a place as any. Just remember that I cannot take my hood off.
Okay. No good. Okay, fine. So we're gonna see some dude.
Yeah.
You remember his name? Because I don't remember his name.
He did not give us his name. He is just known as an alias currently.
And the DM can let you know that is the man in the Morian is the alias, in case you forget. You hear a whisper in the back of your mind. I wonder where that came from.
God? No.
Yes.
So the man in the Morian.
We are getting paid.
Supposedly, I mean, it told us that there's a good vial of gold to be had. He said to guard caravans of some sort. A caravan? I don't know. I just say we're in it. We're in it now. Here we are.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm following you step by step. So
I walk in. I push the door open and I just walk straight in.
Boom! Viola's strong arm pushes open the front of Onathi's Roadhouse so you can see the sights within. As you can imagine from the outside, the inside is just as well-loved or well-worn, depending on your definition of the phrase. You can see immediately to your left, there is a long bar which has various mugs and decanters and things like that piled high on shelves. There seems to be one very burly half-orc man with a couple of tattoos down his arm, kind of a scruffy chin, affable. You can see as soon as you enter, he sort of opens up his arms. Hey now, welcome to Onathi's. Grab yourselves a seat. Sort of like waves you all in. Presumably, that bar leads around to a kitchen area, which is unseen to you because you are not on the staff. But on the right, sprawling out, you can see what appear to be 2 long tables and a collection of smaller round tables with various characters sitting at them, having drinks, playing cards. It seems to be there's also a knife-throwing game happening in a far corner. There is a huge hearth which sort of dominates the center back of the establishment, where you saw that warm firelight piercing the wilderness from before. But most notably, and probably interestingly enough, around the tops of the walls, almost kissing the ceiling, lining every sort of wall that the roadhouse wraps around, there appear to be different wagon wheels and spokes, different sort of parts that one would use to either repair or create wheels for various wagons and caravans, which are all serving as sort of a decoration. And you can see that some of them have little placards next to them. From this distance, it's kind of hard to see what the placards say, but they definitely don't seem to be coming from the same make and stripe. Some have wildly different paint jobs, wildly different woodcuts and carvings, but they all decorate the top end of the inn all around.
I immediately am starting to look at the wheels. That's all I'm focused on. 100% all in on the wheel.
Okay. Do you gravitate to any one particular area? The establishment, there's the bar, there's the hearth, there's sort of where the long tables are at.
I'm walking the perimeter. I'm looking at every single wheel, and I'm walking the perimeter of the building.
Musadi, are you right behind?
I think I want to go to where they're throwing knives. There was people there at the contest, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think I want to approach those folks.
We're gonna see you split and head throughout different parts of the tavern. Sorry, the word escaped me there for a moment. Character artist by Luis Prado. Yes, thank you, Vorpal, for sharing that. The first thing that happens is as Viola attention is grasped by these wagon wheels, you can sort of hear hurried footsteps coming up behind you, and you can sort of hear the smacking of lips. And you turn around, and there is a sort of a gangly half-elf girl with like a serving tray in one arm. Hi, Hannah. Welcome to Nathy's. What can I get ya? You need anything? You need a seat? Is there something we can do for you?
Right now what are these from? Where are these? Tell me more. Tell me more about these wheels.
Oh, well, welcome to Nathy's Roadhouse. This is the Roadhouse. So we're a little famous for, making sure people get to where they want to go is real fast, like. And so sometimes, wagons lose a wheel, they break down, they fall apart, and we help them get put back together. Some of these wagons did some famous runs. I think right there is, the Red Piper. I think that one helped deliver arms in war times. That's fancy, huh? And that one over there, that's the Ornery Hog. I think it delivered pigs once. I didn't read the packet.
Okay, all right. That sounds great. That's awesome. I'm looking for the man in Lorien. Heard of him?
Minorian?
The Mandalorian, yes.
Oh, his name sounds familiar, but for some reason it doesn't ring a total bell. Haven't seen him, but I'll tell you what. If you want to take a seat, if I get Maleficent come in, I'll tell him that you said hi.
Beautiful. Thank you. It's so helpful. I'm gonna go sit down by. There's like a hearth, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. I want to go sit down at a table by the hearth. But I'm gonna look at her and I'm gonna say, hey, can you please bring me just a beer? That sounds great. Mead, whatever you got.
Sure. Anything for your friend? As she looks over to Musadi with like a little bit of a smile.
And I look at Musadi and I say, you need anything?
Remind me, what was your name again?
Oh, me? I'm Delora.
Oh, it is a pleasure to meet you. I would love a beer. Just a light beer, please.
Oh my, don't have to ask me twice. She wheels around and begins sauntering back towards the bar. You can see the half-orc behind, sort of grinning, already seeing his patrons being well served by his staff. Brings him a great sense of pride. Good job, Delora. Come on back. Let's get these people some drink. And she disappears into the kitchen. Musadi, you said that you were heading back towards the corner where there's knife throwing, correct?
Yes, please.
Musadi, you approach what appear to be two tall figures, sort of picking like crud out of their fingernails with their knives, or like flipping them in between their fingers after like throwing them across the barway, and then sticking into a target on the far wall. You can see that the target itself is not like a standard bullseye. It actually looks like it has been painted to resemble sort of a fearsome, frothing hyena's maw. Just like this gaping, toothy hyena head painted on the wall, which is now pockmarked with various strikes from the knives that they and other patrons have long thrown. But as you turn the corner to fully face these figures, you now notice that they are actually four figures. They are two pairs of halflings, which are standing up on each other's shoulders. The top two halflings will throw knives, and like, it is not good throw here, up, 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 and then they like will quickly trade places, like they will roll down into like another position, almost like with a little circus jaunt, and then end up on the other one's shoulders, and then they will throw knives. Good throw, hop, 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 and then they flip, and then they go catch the knives, and they scatter into the fours of them, and they turn around and they see you approach. You come, you throw knives, you have good throws, yes.
And so Musadi's obviously intrigued. Friends, would it be okay as you throw? Can I play for you?
Play knives, play sharp.
I'm gonna play. As you throw knives, I'll play my lute, and as I speed up, you throw faster.
You can see they look to each other for a moment, looking at your loot, and you can see one almost like mimics the gesture of like taking the loot and like throwing it at the wall, and then one goes, no, and they're having a bit of a miscommunication, understanding what you're inquiring, until one, a halfling woman, with sort of gray streaks running through the sides of her hair. 2 halflings in a trench coat, yes. Very accurate. Well, I guess 4 halflings in 2 trench coats. Math! Finally looks to you and says, it is alright. My sons, they're not so bright. Perhaps your song will, enlighten them. Play on, Bard. Play
on. So the Musadi sits. Is there anywhere where I can sit close to them as they're throwing the knives?
Yeah, there's actually a long table situated right next to that corner. You might imagine that's where they would be sitting had they not been up on each other's shoulders throwing knives at this current moment.
So I sit next to them, and if I can, I'll allow Musadi to first play incredibly slow as they do their routine, and as over time I want to continue to speed up and see how fast they can go.
Yeah, why don't you give me a performance check? Let's do our first dice roll of level 1 adventuring.
Hey.
Stop listening to me make things up. Let the dice decide something for once.
Would it be a D20?
Yes, you can roll a D20 and then add whatever your performance modifier is.
I rolled a 12.
A 12? Okay. So Musa, do you have a certain a theme to the song in mind?
It's like bing 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 bing. Bing 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 bing.
I love that I said theme and you were like, no, I got better than the theme. I have the through line. I have the actual sound effects. Yeah, perfect. So Musa, you begin bing bada bing 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 bada bing 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 bada bing bing bing, and you can see they are immediately loving it. They start jumping and like bouncing perfectly in tune, and they're like throwing the knives, hop 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 hop, just like in like perfect step with your blades, to the point where they begin to get a little too excited, and like one whips a knife like towards like a very shrieking sort of crescendo on your loot, and you just hear glass shatter as one of the knives sort of just snatches through one of the windows that is nearby, and you see all like collectively they all cover their mouths with their hands and sort of like look to you in sort of confusion and fear for a moment.
I'm also gonna freeze, and then I'm gonna slowly put my loot away, and I'm just gonna watch and just look at them while they're looking at me.
Thank you, Dioloki, for following. You can see they look to each other, their hands still in their mouths. They look back to you. They're all looking kind of expectantly at their matron as she like leans forward. I did not see anything. You did not see anything. We did not see anything. You did not see anything. I did not see anything.
Mom's the word.
And you can see they like quickly scatter, like tuck and roll almost back towards the long table, and then perfectly like roll into position just around the time that Delora comes by. Oh my, what's all this glass doing here? I'm gonna have to mop it up. Just like very unenthused about the new task on her plate. But you are none the wiser. They're none the wiser of your antics. Anything else for you, Musadi and Viola?
While that whole thing happens, I'm just sitting at the table reading my Bible in front of the fire. I didn't see any of it.
And just pouring through your scripture at this point. You know better than to follow Musadi when he's inspired to play a tune or two.
I let him know. I mean, I listened to his beautiful music, and I knew that I needed to stay out of this.
And with that being said, as Musadi, do you wander back to join your compatriot for the waiting for the man in the Morian?
I think I'll sit by the hearth for now.
Okay.
Some space with that Bible that she has. Nothing to do with. I'll go by the hearth.
Ooh, okay, a little tension there. I like it. So Viola will sit quietly on her own and read her holy scriptures. Musaddi will watch from afar by the firelight as two other figures begin to wander up the Fortune Road toward Onathi's Roadhouse. I'm going to once again leave it up to fate. Actually, I guess I lied. That was the second die roll. The first die roll was deciding who would show up. But this is the first one that, like, you rolled. They're different rolls. Third die roll, officially a level 1 adventuring. Who will appear in the Roadhouse? A massive, absolutely jacked figure with not flesh, but scales, begins to march towards Onathi's Roadhouse. And close behind, an equally swole, but less scaly, figure wearing hides and furs. I believe Mike is getting some feedback. DM. Oh no. I'll try to turn it down a little bit. Just so everyone knows, I'm super new to this whole setup, so I'm probably not going to know how to fix a lot of things, but we'll get there, I'll turn it down, so hopefully that fixes some of the feedback. With that being said, we now have two new figures approaching. I think y'all know who I'm referencing, so whenever someone feels inspired to take their description, I'll throw their art up and let people enjoy them.
Well, considering I would be leading the way,
Of course.
I think
Why would
Zorvarax
I
can
ever doubt that?
I would say before you even saw him, you probably heard the jingle jangles of all of his little trinkets that he has adorning his person from his various crypt dives. He is a collector of all things ancient and historical. He loves that stuff. So our boy's walking up with his friend who recently saved his life, and thus, well, I mean, maybe we'll get into that later, but let's just say they have a past that isn't very long, but it is very important for Zorvarax. He has just a jaunt in his step. He knows we're about to go get some coin. He's going to meet some friends along the way, and he is ready for the adventure ahead. That's all I'm going to say for Zorvarax right now. He might be humming a little like offbeat tune to himself while we walk up. You know, he's like, you know.
The real adventure was the friends we made along the way, I think, is what I got from your character description. And I think just to clarify, you are a big dragon man. Yes?
I am a big old dragon born blue to imagine like a royal blue, you know?
Ooh.
That's all I can say. Just that deep blue.
Royal
Scales, a little shimmer, but he kind of keeps it under tatters, you know? He's got his trinkets and his like kind of worn chainmail and like kind of scraps on top of it from various different things.
Beautiful. Zorvarax strides alongside his partner, and I'm going to click a button to show the picture, and I'll let you take it away.
I was trying to wait. There it is. There it is.
There it is. There
This
it
is
is.
Gray. Look, I just want to say Gray is like super grateful, like fine, happy that Zorvarax is her friend. Gray doesn't really do friends. Gray's kind of just been like kicking a stone behind Zorvarax this whole time. If she kicks a stone too far, she reaches in her pouch and just throws another rock down and just keeps kicking these rocks. Gray
Sometimes I kick the rocks back at you if I'm walking ahead.
His patience with me is just beyond words. Gray is dressed in well-made clothes, but they're not well kept. She's very, very humble. Dirt is her perfume. The most notable thing about her, she's pretty unassuming. But you know what happens when you assume. So don't underestimate Gray. The most interesting thing about her, though, on appearance, is this staff that she carries. It's clearly hand carved with love, absolute, just the purest of skill went into this. And there's a continual flame on top. And it seems like Gray is maybe able to control this flame a little bit. But there's something mystical and mythical about it. And you can tell that Gray's relationship to this staff it's almost like they're one and the same. It's almost like it is just an extension of her arm. Outside of that, yeah, she doesn't have much going for her. She's just constantly looking around, constantly seeing what she can play with around her. She's a very little words.
I love that it's like, yeah, I got a staff, rocks, not much else. We got Gray. Gray, our half-orc druid, is now marching in stride with Zorvax, so go back to the game time panel, to Onathi's Roadhouse. So, the two of you are now standing before this sand-blasted wall of timbers. You can hear, well, when you arrive, you just hear the end of like a shattering of glass in the distance as you're approaching the, maybe like as you're striding up to the wall, you can see there's like a glint of silver that like flashes by your heads as it sails into the sky. But other than that, the establishment lays open for you to possibly enter. Do you want to do or say anything before you do so?
I would think Zorvarasix walks right in. He's just maybe pushes the door open a little bit too hard, so it like kind of slams against the wall when he walks in. He's like, "Oh, sorry about that."
Yeah, all you see is this like swole blue arm, boom, like right through the sand, just swings open and slams against the wall. You can see some of the wheels like rattling as they're hanging from their like rusty iron spokes on the wall. All the heads
Not
turn.
the wheel.
all the heads turn around, and then realize that you can see like some people like quickly reach their hands into their coats. Like this place is a bit of a can be dangerous, but once they see that you stride in with a good nature about you, they all sort of go back to their business. The same clarion call of the bartender. Welcome to Onathi's Roadhouse. Come on in, take yourselves a seat. As you enter, you see all the same sights. You see the hearth, you see the wheel spokes, and various long tables, and there are, of course, other characters spread throughout the tavern. What would you two like to do?
I would like to pick up the rock that I had been kicking and place it in his hand. Not Zorvrax, the man of the house, the dude that just greeted us.
Just wordlessly walk up and then drop a stone into his hand. Alright, Gray, in her usual quiet countenance, just like a constant scowl on her, just like slowly walks up, just a palm outstretched, drop it, and like the bartender is just like, just as confused as everyone else is watching this as she like slowly strides up, okay now, and like as you raise your hand, he like very gingerly extends his own hand underneath of yours with his palm outstretched, like almost wincing to not quite sure what to expect, and then pop, you drop the stone into his hand. Well now, that is a very nice rock that you have brought me, as he sort of like looks over your shoulder.
I just turn and walk away in the middle of him talking. I just turn and walk up to the bar and sit.
And Zorvrax is just astonished. That is, you should be honored. We've been kicking that rock for hours.
Do I kick the rock?
You should treasure that rock.
I do declare I treasure this rock. It is the fine. Look, I'm gonna put. He's like so confused right now at both your reaction and Gray's like entrance. I'm gonna put this rock where everyone can see it. And he like
I'm not even listening. Also, Zorvrax is flabbergasted, looking back at Gray walking away. I can't believe.
I'm mighty sorry. I did not mean to insult anyone.
What were you saying? Sorry. You like the rock.
It's my favorite rock I've done ever seen, and I'm going to treat it nice. Does it have a name? I will give it one.
While this is happening, I'm leaning over the bar and dropping another rock into the bartender's hand.
I don't even see that.
Yeah, you're really too busy talking to this guy. You can see like it's a we'll say we haven't had a human yet. It's sort of like a frail, elderly, like looks like an old prospector of a human, sort of like bones rattling as he extends his hand towards the rock, and you can see it's sort of like looks over towards O'Nath, and he's like, take the rock, take that rock, and says, hey, it's a fine rock. The old man manages to pat her out where he puts it to his chest. Very nice.
Not only is Gray unhinged, but she has made everyone else in the bar completely unhinged.
No one wants to make a
people love
half-orc
my
and a
stones.
super big dragonborn angry. And apparently they love the stones.
Anyway, so you like the stones.
We are going to treat them real nice. Don't you worry.
As you should. Those are
nicest
very special
rocks.
now. I don't exactly understand what she does to them, but they are special. You should know this. I gotta ask. You are the Onathi.
Why, yes. Fine and fair, pleased to meet you. I am Ugor Onathi.
Can you point me to the closest Morian?
Closest what now?
Morian. I'm looking for a man in one.
I actually don't know if Onathi would know what a Morian is, so I'm gonna roll for him to see if he knows what you're talking about.
Zorbrax doesn't know what a Morian is, so
you are equally matched. In a battle of wits, you are equally matched, as they say. He puts he's still holding the rock. It would be as if he put his finger to his chin, but he's holding the rock. So
maybe the rock will help. Use the rock. It might aid. If you're looking for an answer, I can imagine it might help.
All right, so here's what I have to ask you about that. Does Zorbrax honestly believe that it's going to help, or is he just
He just thinks it's magic. He's fine.
I'm sorry,
He just
does
assumes
the-
there's some mystical power. Duh.
DM not think that Gray's rocks are magical, I think is the bigger question.
I think
Gray
the DM
would like to
thinks,
give them 1 point of inspiration.
The DM thinks that all rocks have the potential to be very magical given their moments. But to Zorbrax's question, do you believe? Are you trying to pull one on him, or
No, not really. I think he genuinely is like, maybe it'll help. Try pushing it against your head.
All right, give me a persuasion check.
Okay. Ooh, that's gonna be a. Oh, I'm not good at persuasion though. That's still gonna be a 19.
A 19.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I rolled a 17, baby.
He looks at the rock. He looks like his friend, who's like, huh? So puts his arms and shoulders up. First time for everything. And he sort of puts the rock to his temple. No, not yet. Sort of moves it across his forehead. Ain't getting it.
You know, they don't all work the same way.
Oh, actually, I'm feeling it. Well, hot dang! As sort of his eyes widen. You asked for a man and a Morian, weren't you?
I was asking for a Morian, but yes, I am looking for a man in one.
I think it's one of them fancy metal hats that them soldiers from the hinterlands wear. I've seen a couple of them pass through now and again. I hadn't seen one recently, mind you, but you see a little curved up fancy metal hat. You'll know.
I should have known. It sounds exactly like what a hat should be.
Right? Morian, metal hat.
Of course. Duh.
Duh.
I look around. Do I see any Morians in the crowd?
You see many a hat. You see some some farmer hats, straw hats. You see some sun catchers, but no helms, no Morians.
Can I ask the bartender? Can I just grunt?
You ask with a grunt?
Hold up, sorry. I'm trying to find our Connect's name. I have it here in the notes. Yeah.
The man in the Morian.
The man in the Morian.
He slowly extends the rock back toward you. I hear this helps jog the memory of you.
Morian.
Need a rub or two.
Morian.
The prospector, oh my, sort of like puts his hands up. We already told you.
I grunt it. Like quietly to the bartender. As I like give her the rock, I kind of like continue lean forward to go. Maury.
Yes, that's the name. That's what we're looking for. Yes, it's a hat.
The bartender like puts the rock down between you two and giving you the most pleading look that you can muster. Ain't no more in here. I'm sorry.
So then I say, soup.
And I just put a gold piece on the counter.
Morians we ain't got, but soup we do. Fix her up some hot. Hurry that up. He yells back to the kitchen. You can hear some clambering of pots and knives and other implements as they begin to whip something up for you. As the prospector takes a shaky hand, clasps it over the gold piece, and slowly drags it behind the counter. Much obliged.
And I lean in, I say, and sorry about the door.
I gotta replace it maybe you would not believe how many people just push that thing wide open like that. It's like...
It's really, there's no give.
It's tempting. Yeah, them hinges are shot.
Yeah. But hopefully that helps.
And with that, are you guys...
Joined you in that accent there.
yeah.
Hopefully that helps.
Well, when you're in Sunset, right? You just take it. And then, are you gonna take a seat at the bar? You two have some soup, hang out for a little bit. Anything else you want to do?
Just keep our eyes peeled.
Keep the eyes peeled.
I think Zorvarax would slowly gravitate towards the knife throwing going on at the wall as well, just out of game respects game. You know what I mean? Out of curiosity.
Yes, Zorvax, you stride over towards where this knife game is taking place, and you can see what appear to be 4 halflings that are now scattered at their tables. They all, as they see you approach, they look at the wall where the knives are and where the puncture wound through one of the windows has just been made, and then look guiltily back down at their table, which is just covered in knives, as they begin to shove them into their coat pockets very quickly. And you can all... Oh, sorry?
Oh no, I think he'll see that, just kind of look at them, take a hand axe, and throw it at the wall too.
Ooh. Hell yeah. Okay, give me an attack roll.
Oh, okay. Nat 20, baby!
Whoa!
The first critical roll
critical
against the wall. I
that
don't
doesn't
know
set
if
the
I
tone
can
for the
somehow
campaign.
make this work. Let me see if I can get the camera to view the glory. I don't know if I can.
What if when Zach panned down, he wasn't wearing any pants?
This underwear.
He's like, if I can show you the glory of
Looky at that sweet 20. Can you see it?
20, yes.
There it is.
Zorvarax,
It's real.
you take your hand axe, you just it is such a trained motion. It's almost like watching an automaton. Just you see this flex arm lock and towards the wall. It sails through the small corridor, hits that frothing hyena face dead center in the forehead with such force that the wooden placard that it was painted on splits slightly. So it's almost as if you actually carved a large chunk out of this hyena head, in twain from the startboard. And you can see they all sort of gasp, that's good throw, good throw, good throw, yes, any good throw.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to break it.
Oh,
I just wanted to play with you guys.
Strong arm, yes, good throw, yes.
You all had good throws before I broke your paint. Thank you.
You can see
Kind of awkwardly backs away.
You can see the matron walks up to you. No, stay, come, sit, teach us the way of good throw.
Well, I just throw it, and
Okay. Technique, yes.
technique. Yes, technique. I use that. I think I have a lot of it. Technique are these things, right? Point at my scales. I have a lot of technique.
And you can see they all sort of look to each other. Technique. They all point to their arms like technique. They look at you. Technique. And once again, a cacophony of misunderstandings and miscommunications. There's another figure not too far off on the hearth who may be idly strumming a lute. Musi, do you see anything? Do you interact with the scene at all yet, or are you letting it transpire?
Yeah, I think Musadi whistles and says, "Damn, Blue, you're wrong."
Thank you. Did any of the did you throw? I'm sorry, Musadi. Did you throw a knife? Was there one on the wall? No, you just played. That's right. So I guess I'll just ask. Did I puncture any of your knives? I'm sorry if I ruined any of yours.
No, Blue, not at all. And when they say technique, it's not your skills, but it's your wrist. The way you do it, it's your wrist.
Oh, thank you. I didn't know what that meant.
Of course.
Yes, of course. I was just playing. Yeah, technique, of course. Yes, my wrist. I have wrists.
Technique! Technique! They all point to their wrist.
Technique!
As they all sort of excitedly now like stand up and they like mock throwing axes, like watching their wrists, and like you'll see one will throw and the other one will grab their arm and say, no, technique! And then like move their arm forcibly in a new position, sort of like trying to correct their imaginary aim.
I'll say, I noticed you have an instrument there. I take it you are a musician of some kind, and I must say, music holds a lot of history, so I appreciate what you do, and I would love to hear you play sometime.
Well, anytime, come on, touch it, play it, look.
Oh, I couldn't. These fingers are not nimble enough to play.
Right.
But I'm sure you've heard many a story.
I have indeed. But Blue, try, come play, show us all. Give it a shot.
If you insist, I can't say no. Do you have? So are you handing me your lute or your instrument?
Absolutely.
It is comically sized in your hands. It looks like you are holding maybe like improperly holding a fiddle. Like it is.
I've got it in the wrong hand, even though I'm right-handed. I've got and I'm gonna. Can I try to play? Is this a magical instrument in any way?
You can try. That is the
I'm gonna
operative
try.
word that you can do.
I'm gonna try. What do I do?
Viola looks up.
You want a
and she's
performance from me?
shocked.
Yeah, performance. This will be the one time in the history of you playing D&D that you will not have like a plus a million to performance.
Well, I at least have +2, which is kind of nice. So I've got a 17, baby.
A 17.
I'm rolling well at the start when it really doesn't matter, and then when it actually gets good, I'm gonna be a failure. So just wait. In my rolls.
Zorvarax begins to pluck a chunky but listenable tune. Really, what sells it is that being so knowledgeable in history as Zorvarax is, it's almost like spoken word poetry about all of the historical things that Zorvarax has acquired over as many years, and it becomes in a strange way this kind of beautiful moment of performance art. Not quite music, not quite spoken word, but like the way he's selling it right now is strangely captivating.
And in Zorvarak's mind, he is rhyming. He just isn't good at rhyming. So what he thinks are actual rhymes are not.
The halflings watch
And
in tempered awe.
I like finish my weird poem song and hand it back.
Viola claps.
That's a little bit of a lesson, I guess. A little I like to share what I learn when I'm in the depths of the earth.
Look, you have a natural talent. Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from a lot of places. I am genuinely forgetting where Zorvax is actually from right now. But I am from a historied, let's just say, home to draconic lore.
And what about your friend, the one with the rocks?
Oh, the one with the rocks. Well, she, I actually don't know much about her, quite frankly, because she is one of few words. I know she is of this earth, and we're going towards a place. Oh, what is it called? The Forever Brown. The Fallen Orange. I can't remember the title. I think it is something that is on the ground, and it is something that is a color.
Musadi, you can give me a history check to see if you can possibly piece together what
Bubbled over
Zorbrax is
Crimson.
So I rolled a 16 flat.
16. Okay. You know, I mean, this is this is an area that is marked on everyone's map, and so the fact that Zorbrax is having such a time recalling the name of it right now is sort of escaping you. But you know that there's an area far away enough that it makes sense that you need a caravan to get there, called Fallen Green is the name of this tract of land.
Fallen Green?
Oh, Fallen Green. Yes. That's it. That's where she wants to go. I'm just following her because she saved my life.
Is it okay if I walk over toward Gray? Gray, I don't know your name yet.
Her name is Gray. Yeah, she's great.
So Musadi bows to Gray. Gray, it is a pleasure to meet you.
Gray pats the top of his head as he bows.
And Musadi, he just smiles. Like,
Oh my gosh.
Gray smiles back.
Oh!
That's a good sign.
It's like his dog. Like, yeah, she really likes you. She doesn't let a lot of people do that. That's hilarious. Okay, yeah. So Gray, Musadi does the most beautiful bow, and Gray just pats him on the head, and they both shoot tender but awkward smiles at one another. And then what happens after that?
Gray, do you speak?
I nod. Quizzically.
And I guess
Just nod too.
Okay. Lou, it's a pleasure to meet you. Is it okay if I introduce you to my partner? And then I move toward Viola.
I stand up and I take a few steps in that direction.
I stick my hand out to you, Gray, to shake your hand.
I look at it and then I bow as dramatically as the bow I just saw.
And then I pat you on the head.
And
Can you give me a performance check so I can see just how good that bow
was? 16 flat.
Whoa!
And then whatever I can add to that, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Gray, this hulking half-orc of a person, does the most flowery, introductory bows you have ever seen.
And then I skip out of it like a child and take 2 more stones from my pouch and give them each one.
I take the stone and I say, and I kiss it, and I lift it up, and then I put it in my pouch with my holy sigil. But I keep it close.
Oh man, I love drama. This is great.
If this is drama, wait till actual drama happens.
I
People
guess
are
I
gonna
mean
be
I love
begging for
dramatic.
those
We're
stones.
making this. Yeah, we're all so dramatic.
I say, thank you so much. I am honored. And then I turn to Zorbrax and I said, your song was beautiful.
I don't even know what to say. I still flabbergasted, kind of stagger to the wall where I threw the hand axe, grab it, pull it out of the wall. Having just been standing aghast while Gray did her whole pomp and circumstance. All I can think of to do is grab the axe off the wall and kind of present it to both of them, like, this is all I have.
I say, no, thank you. And I go over to the hyena head and I cast mending and I fix it.
Whoa, very cool. Can you describe to me what the magic of your mending looks like, how it manifests?
So I grab my holy symbol that I have around my neck at all times. I close my eyes and there's a faint glow around my face, and I place my hand on the hyena head and it zips back up, and coming out of my hand it looks like smoke and like it looks like it's being sewn back together.
Ooh, yes, you watch the very fibers of the wood themselves get woven back together before your very eyes, and a moment later there's a perfectly intact hyena dartboard mounted on the wall. You can see some of the halflings like look to each other and say, good throw, technique, good throw, technique, sort of like says wagering if they want to do it again, and then you hear hop hop, and then they like roll back into position as they prepare for a new round of knife throwing with their new technique. Anything else for the four of you meeting each other in this moment?
I look at Zorbrax and I say, I overheard you saying the words Morian over and over again at the bar. Are you also waiting for the man in the Morian?
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I wasn't sure where to meet him. If he's in Amorian, I wanted to find the nearest one.
Yeah. That
So
makes sense.
wasn't really expecting him here, but if you're here looking for him, then maybe I'm in the right place.
I would assume that we are in the correct place, but time will tell.
I guess so.
And it sounds like perhaps that scene is drawing to a close, unless anybody has anything else to say.
I invite them to sit at the table with me. If they
Nice.
would like.
So now we have 4 wayward souls through misadventure and happenstance now sitting all together. Which leaves our 2 final figures striding towards the... I mean, you've heard at this point splintering wood, shattered glass, songs, spoken word poetry. This place seems like for a roadhouse in the middle of a dusty plain. It seems to be really hopping tonight, all things considered. But 2 new figures are now marching towards our roadhouse. One in long and fanciful and gilded garb, and the other in unassuming, dark stretches of black leather. And I will allow one of you, to take it away, and then I will throw your picture up for all of our wonderful audience. By the way, 18 people are watching us right now. That's incredible. Thank you so much. This is so awesome, our first night. To see, and I will let them see all this beautiful art from Luis Prado. Looking expectantly
We
at
also
one
have
another.
10 new followers. Just stream only.
Oh, okay. So wait, I'll just describe mine.
Oh, I was waiting for the art.
Oh, no.
My bad.
You want to go? Yoan, you going? Yoan, you going?
Let's do
Nadara. Okay, Nadara.
Okay. All right. So Nadara is a half drow. She has bluish gray, like dark bluish gray skin. Most notably on her face, she has a red crescent marking on the left side of her face. She has an undercut on both sides, but really long dark locks that come from the middle of her head. She's wearing really dark, unassuming leather armor. The only hint of color on the armor is this almost inky blue sash she has tied around her waist. You can see she has 2 daggers of different styles, in her belt. One is a curved blade and one is a straight blade. And she has some crossbow knocks and a big, or like average size, like dark black crossbow, very heavily used, strapped across her back.
And I think that takes us to our other individual, slowly striding upward.
Well, our other individual is very clearly a red-skinned tiefling with I'd say two horns that curl back, but only the one really does. The other one is damaged, incomplete for some reason. But he's dressed in very noble fineries, although they're a little dusty from the road. He has a hefty tome strapped to his side. He's sort of idly playing with a wooden wand in his hand. He looks a little out of place, a little tired, trotting down this road toward the roadhouse, as if he's not super accustomed to traveling on foot. At least not at these distances.
Excellent. And then I will pull us back into our little game time page. So those are the two figures that are currently striding towards Onathi's Roadhouse. Would you like to do anything before you stride forward?
Yoan gives the roadhouse a once over and let's loose a little sigh. Oh, Nadara. Do you think this place will have mead? I cannot do another terrible ale.
Dara gives the place a look over. Does this look like the place that would serve some mead, or does this look a little too run down for good mead?
You can, although maybe some of the finer vintages may not be present, it is still close enough to the Reach, which is there's some pretty notable meaderies in the Reach, that there might be a cask or two that makes its way further north.
She just claps her hand on Ewan's back and says, I will match you for a mead.
All right. I suppose there's nothing left to wait for. Shall we?
Shall we? Let's go.
You push open the doors?
Yep. Gently. I'm not going to slam them.
Yeah, compared to Zorbrax's march, you can see, and your movements are trained almost to be as silent as one can be. Nary a little creak of the roadhouse door opens, as once again its sprawling environs are made known to you. The affable half-orc behind the bar, welcome to Onathi's Roadhouse. Come on in, take yourselves a seat. This place is really moving tonight, ain't a horse? Oh yeah, it's moving. You hear the prospector wince from behind the bar. You see everything that was previously described. You can now see the halflings are back to knife throwing. You can see all the wheels. You can see the bar, and there are some other few random characters strewn about, having their own drinks and their own conversations. You can choose where you go now.
I think I'm going to wander over towards the bar, but kind of trying to make myself inconspicuous a little bit, if possible. And I just kind of want to look at everyone as I'm passing and see if I see anyone with a particularly large pouch of coin on their side.
Absolutely. You can give me a perception check.
16.
16? Nadara, your trained eye zeroes in on what appears to be a gentleman, a bit of an older gentleman. We'll say a dwarf. Why not? Just to keep things spicy. We got a dwarf, sort of propped up, quite literally, in a chair by himself, towards the back corner by the hearth. You can see he has a rather large tankard sort of rested in between his legs, and there's a part of him, his eyes are half open. There's almost like he's about to be dozing into that cup not too long from now, but he's still, well, I thought I could, and you should have seen the way that I said to him, just sort of murmuring to themselves. But you can see on their hip happens to be a rather plump leather satchel.
I'm gonna like shoot you and it'll look like I'm going for it.
Yoan is expecting this look, as a matter of fact, and anxious as he is for this not to go south, he breaks a little bit right to a different section of the bar, and makes a big show of taking off his backpack and sort of handing it to someone who isn't there. He says, "Oh, here, Killian," like loudly, like to get a little attention. "Here, Killian, would you mind? Let's go of the backpack." But rather than falling to the ground, the backpack actually is suspended as if some invisible thing has grabbed it. Figured I'd have a little ritual cast Unseen Servant just locked and loaded.
Just always on? I love that. You would have a named Unseen Servant follow you at all times.
Come, Killian, come. And Yoan's going to approach the bar, having made this scene. Hopefully that warrants a bit of a help action.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so Nadara, you can give me give me a stealth check first.
Okay. Got it. Ooh, wow. 25.
25. Like a shadow painted on the night, just like between Yoan like playing with his invisible servant, and there's like now a troop of halfling knife throwers going to town. No one watches as this dark-clad figure just sort of sidles up next to the drunkard, and you can see the dwarf even for a second sort of like lifts his head. And if there was ever a time, it was the best of times. And sort of like lowers his head again. As you are in a prime position towards that coin purse, and I can give you with a little ritual cast there advantage on your sleight of hand check to try and loop your finger into the coin purse.
Oh, okay, so 26.
Oh my god. So yeah, I mean we all know who like the really good rogue and pickpocket is, right? Like we've established that in the stream really early on. And Nadara's fingers nimbly, just without hesitation, slip towards his side, and you can see for a moment he like shoots up, and like rocks his drink a bit, like splatters him in the chest. I thought I could do it once or twice, and just sort of like lowers his head again as clink with a little twist of your hand you unlatch it from his belt, and it is now well within your grasp.
Beautiful. I'm just gonna like quickly put the pouch away and walk over to Julian and go, 2 meats, please.
As you stride back over to the bar, Onathi takes a look at the both of you. Mead now. Oh, we have an elevated palate out here in Sunset. We don't get many calls for that.
I do have a friend here with expensive taste.
I can see, sort of like eyes you up and down for a moment, Yoan. We don't get very many city folk coming out here middle of Sunstep. What say you? What brings you to my humble establishment?
I'm afraid these city folk are in need of some coin. Meeting someone here, a bit of a job, if you will.
Well, I can tell you we got a couple of openings for a dishwasher. I think if you
No. I'm sorry. You misunderstand me. We have an employer already. We're meeting him here. A man and Yoan looks around. Do you know what a Morian
right?
is? Yes, as a matter of fact.
He rubbed a rock on his head, so now he knows what a Morian is. We've established that that's canon now, that if you rub rocks on your head, it helps you remember things.
I meant Yoan, but...
Not just any rocks, okay?
That's true.
Not
They're
just
very
any
Gray's
rocks.
rocks. They're very special rocks.
Gray rocks, yeah.
But yes, you know the man we're looking for.
Well, I don't know him. In fact, never done heard of him. But I got about a gaggle of folks walking in here asking about him. So I wager he's something fancy. Might be a city slicker like you. I don't know.
Oh. Does it really show that much?
He takes a look at like all of the dust-covered, drunken, just like the rabble, the prospectors. Like a sore thumb, friend, like a sore thumb.
Nadara is like just giving a slight nod, also in agreement.
This is something we're gonna have to work on, Nadara, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Well, hopefully the mead will take some of the sting out of that, eh?
Two coming right up as he like calls down to his staff. They have to kind of go downstairs towards the basement. This is not where they keep the common drink. Mead's kind of a special case. As they eventually wheel back up with your flagons in hand, and pours them two, lays them on the table for you.
Nadara's gonna take like a really big swig, and then like scan the room, and her eyes are gonna lay on like the throwing knife hyena. And she kind of starts like playing with the tip of her dagger, like.
This truly has been the unintended focal point of the evening. Everyone loves that dagger throw.
Wow.
Yeah. Nadara, you watch as a troop of halflings standing up on each other's shoulders. You can see like they're now throwing very like deliberately, like hoop hoop technique, hoop hoop technique, hoop hoop technique. As they are like throwing them with like at this point now almost laser like precision. They're doing pretty dang good since they got that tip.
I don't want to move from my seat, and I want to see if I can like flick one of my daggers to hit.
Whoa. Okay, heck yeah. All right. I will say that for a thrown dagger at this range, it's going to be a pretty fair distance, so you're probably going to incur some disadvantage on the roll.
Fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna try it. She's a little mean.
Oh, actually, wait. Yoan might know this because he's a really smart rules boy. What level do rogues get the ability to train up their aim from Tasha's? Would she have that at this point?
Oh, I actually haven't looked that close at that one. I'm gonna pull that up though, because I want to know. Oh, as a bonus action, you mean?
Yeah.
The take aim. I think that's. I want to say that's 2. Let me look.
Oh, dang.
Well,
Steady aim. Third level rogue.
Oh, all right. One day you'll be able to clear an entire bar with a knife. But today you'll roll normal. So give it a throw.
Am I doing this at disadvantage?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Let's see. Not the worst. 14.
14. Okay. So you can see Nadar, like as Yoan is like enjoying his drink, Nadar is just eyeing up that target, playing with the knife in her hand. There's wheels turning that no one is privy to. As like a whip shot, her arm releases as you can see the dagger sail through the bar. Dolores like just turning a corner as it like whips by her face. Oh my god! As it like sails. And even at this distance, I mean, granted, not a bullseye, right, with a 14, but you land in the skull. You hit the creature, right, at an incredible distance, to the point where like all of the halflings like they're like in the middle of their throws. They just their like mouths hang up. They just drop their knives and all just plunk 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 like into the floor right beneath them. As they like all turn around at one stand and they're like, technique. Oh, technique! Technique! And they all get very excited. It's like hop, 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 as they begin to like roll and flip their way towards you, like sort of like excited. They're all just like sort of around your bar seat, sort of excitedly clapping. Oh yes, good throw, technique.
Thank you. She is just gonna down the rest of her mead.
They look at each other like, technique. They all suddenly now think the drunker they get, the better they'll be at night.
Oh no, bad influence. She kind of just like smiles at them and then strides up to like grab her dagger out the wall.
You can see a couple of people just watch you sort of slack-jawed as you stride up to the target and pluck your knife out, all thoroughly impressed by this display. Delora, like, still shaking with the train hand. Yeah, that was nice. That was really great. That was great. Sort of like, just rattled to herself as she like saunters her way back towards the kitchen. Anything else for you?
Yoan's just sitting here, swirling. Like he doesn't even look as this is going on. He's just swirling his flagon, getting the bouquet. Yes, a little grassy. Yeah. Yes, takes a sip. Bit of citrus, interesting. Yeah, sweet, not too cloying. That's not bad. Like just totally knowing this is.
Yeah.
If we walk into a tavern, this is the scene.
Nappy's like kind of one shoulder, like elbow on the bar, like listening to you talk about the mead. Yeah, cloying. Yeah, that's what I said. I said it was real citrus-like. That's what I always tell them. You need the good citrus-like stuff, right? That's what you need.
That is right, my good friend. It is what you need. And then he takes a full sip and dares to like glance over at the chaos that is the knife throwing.
At this point, all of the halflings are now buying themselves another round, excitedly, so they can test their theory. So the knife board is currently unoccupied, except for the knives they had previously thrown in as they wait for their next round.
I'm gonna stride back over to the bar and sit back next to Yoan.
And Yoan's gonna lean over to Anafi and say, "Chap, you were saying there were some others asking after the man in the Morian." And he just kind of points to everybody, like.
Well, I don't mean to speak out of turn. I don't mean to be telling anybody's business now. That's a bad reputation to be getting as a tender of bar, you see.
Oh, of course. I don't mean to, have you tarnish your own reputation. I just thought if anyone else was asking likewise, could connect those dots, But we could, Nadara, if you could talk to people. Perhaps.
Are you?
I mean,
well, I could work my ways. They just don't seem like my people so much.
And Nadara like gives like a curt nod, and then she just kind of like starts walking up and going with them, going Morgan.
Inevitably, the four of you watch this master knife thrower begin to saunter through the bar, whispering, Morgan.
I just have Gray's rock and I'm pushing it on my head at the table.
Someone
Would
say
it be
Maury?
under my
Would it
hood.
be wild if while this is going on, I got up and opened the front door to the establishment and started looking for more rocks since I've been giving them all away?
I mean, would it be wild? I don't know. We've had a lot of stuff happen so far.
I mean, it doesn't seem like what's going on inside. I'd like to get some fresh air. Maybe I'll see another shadowy figure in the distance.
Whoa! Look at the shadow. Yes, you can.
I'm gonna go look for rocks.
Yes.
I'm gonna get some fresh air. I can't.
You literally
there she
walk
goes.
by. Yeah, I'm about to say, Gray just walks by Nadara whispering, Morian, and just beelines it for the exit. Because she needs some rocks. Zorgrax, there she goes.
Do I
I'm just
do I
chilling.
hear the whispered Morians?
Nadara, do you whisper towards the table that they are currently seated at?
I mean, I see the lady pressing the rock against her head, and I think that there's no way that this is the person I'm working with to start a caravan. So I'm kind of just avoiding that section and like going around them.
All right, Zorvarax, Musadi, and Viola, because Gray's walking away. Can you give me a perception check to see if you hear the whispers of Morian?
I got a 2.
You are just rubbing that rock on your head so hard.
And then I feel a breeze and I look at the window that's broken and I just go back to breasting the rock on my head.
I got a 15.
Ooh, okay, Musadi, what'd you get?
I got a next one.
Ooh. All right. So Zorvarax. I mean, there was for a moment there where you quite weren't sure what the word Morian was. So I mean, you hear it and you have to. It processes for a little bit.
It's not in the library, you know.
Yeah, there's the fantasy equivalent of like a dial-up tone that is playing through your head before it like clicks. And then Musadi though, like instantly your head perks up, your ear catching Morian in the wind as you look at the woman clad in dark leather pacing through the bar.
How close is this woman?
Nadara, do you get? Well, you tell me. You tell me how you're approaching.
I mean, I was whispering pretty close to people, like Morian, like pretty close to like them. So if I am close enough to them for them to really hear it, I'm probably
pretty close. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I look at the woman. I say, "My sweet new rose, I hear you for Morian."
Nadara wants to look him up and down and see if he looks like he's worth money.
I'll let Musadi answer that question. Musadi, do you look like you're worth a good amount of money?
Usually very minimal, right? Outside of brass rings, like he seems like he's clean, right?
Handsome and humble.
Handsome and humble.
And humble.
Handsome.
She's just gonna look at him and give him like an up down and go, "Don't tell me you're Morian."
I am not one. You are also and I hear you whispering to everyone that you look for Morian.
I'm looking for Morian.
Wouldn't come. We also look for Morian.
Oh, great. Ewan. They are also looking for Morian. And she just
Come back in now. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I like to imagine that's what Grace says. She goes, "I come back in now."
And not that you asked, but I rolled a 15 for rock collecting.
Oh, you got some good rocks. I would say I would wager they were better than the first rocks, actually.
I immediately look at Gray and I'm like, "What'd you find?"
I just dump them out on the floor and show her.
These are gorgeous.
I sit down
Okay.
cross-legged.
Just on the floor in front of your rocks.
Had her
love
head.
I'm gonna watch like them dump rocks on the floor and sit down across legged. I'm looking at Musadi and go, "Are they with you? Are they also looking for Maureen?"
My sweet new rose, gray, blue, viola, and of course I am Musadi Alasai.
Nice to meet you, Musadi. I am not a sweet moon rose.
Shrugs. Okay.
My name is Nadara. Pleasure. And she does like a quick little like dip.
And your friends.
And she calls over, "Yellen."
Yes.
Also-
Oh, yes, of course. He stands up from the bar and walks over with a bit of noble bearing, his backpack left hanging in the air above the bar. But all the same introduces himself. Yoan Byrne of the Yarn Hall Burns. Very nice to meet you.
The pleasure's mine. Again, it looks like we're all in party looking for Moria. Morian.
The man in the Morian, if memory serves.
Right.
Orion? I butt in. Did I hear you guys are also looking for a Morian?
More the man underneath it, but yes.
Because
No,
We're just looking for the Morian.
I was just hanging out with these knife throwing little guys. This musical dude over here. I didn't realize we were all here for a Morian, man.
That
seeing
is
that
the
this-
way that it seems.
Well, then we all have something in common. Let's be friends.
Nadara just calls out, "One more meat, please."
Yeah, at this point, like, Delora walks by and, like, sees Gray dumping rocks and, like, all of you chat. All right, yeah, you're just gonna order a drink or something. And you tell your friend to move the rocks. I'm gonna trip over
I start helping Gray pick up the rock.
I put my rocks.
He does that sometimes. They're gonna be rocks. Get used to it.
Yoan just watches the rock collecting and throws a little side eye to Delora. I think I'll need another mead as well.
The double, as she quickens her pace. So with that, it seems like the party is joined excitedly, finally, firstly. Now I'm going to leave it up to the party. We did talk about maybe taking a 10 at 9. Do we need that 10, or do we want to push forward? Leave it up to the group.
Push forward.
I'm good either way. Yeah.
I assumed that a Morian-wearing man was about to thrust open the doors, and then dramatically we would have our break.
Okay, so
but if we don't need it, we don't need it.
All right, going once, going twice. Suddenly, a clamorous sound.
Yes.
Your DM senses were tingling there, Garrett. A clamorous sound erupts towards the front of the bars. Once again, the door just flies open on its hinges. As you roll for braces, Nick Brigadier. Apparently they all, I don't know if they passed it or failed it with this result. A clamorous sound as the door swings wide open, and you hear, before you see, a figure, kind of a gangly, spindly man. You can see bearing a breastplate and some well-polished armor that looks far too large for his frame. If Zorvarax's armor jingles because of all the trinkets, this is just jingling because of empty space, which should not be present in his current fittings. Throws open the door. Sort of a pale, dark-haired figure wearing what appear to be brass spectacles low on his nose, the lenses of which are so wide that they magnify his eyes about twofold. And you can see sort of struggling with something as you see his back enter first. And slowly what is unveiled is a not quite treasure chest size, maybe smaller, box shape, we'll say, I don't know what else to call it at this point, that is wrapped in tarp and canvas and leather, sort of dragging it on the floor at this point behind him. You can see Onathi's like, "Welcome to Onathi, do you need a hand this?" "Oh, no, I can't, I am, I'm fine. Fine. I'm just going to take a seat, someplace. Is there a place where it is to a corner? Sir, good sir, good sir, good sir, good sir." And he's very frowsy. You see sweat pouring down his brow. "Yeah, well, there's some empty tables over there. Feel free. Don't strain yourself now." Strain myself. That is rich. Oh, that is rich. I'll be fine. As you can just hear this thing dragging against the wood as he pulls it over towards a loose table. Finally hunkers down, collapses into his seat, and sort of opens up his pack, begins putting random things on the table. You can see what appear to be leather-bound tomes, pieces of parchment, some of which look like writing utensils, some metallic bits and bobs that look like for measuring distances, and you can see that some of the papers actually have maps drawn on them, rough, like hand-drawn maps. And he sort of settles in front of his objects for a moment, sort of bites his lip as he thinks, and begins to scribble for a moment or two quietly before suddenly, and reaches into his bag, produces what appears to be a shiny metal hat, and places it on the corner of his table. "Well, that's all done," and begins scribing furiously on his parchment.
I walk up and I take the note and I slam it down on the table in front of him.
"Ah!
Does have the hat.
And I smile.
There. Is your sigil visible? Your holy
Yes.
symbol? Jumps from him. A priestess of Tetrios. Yes. Well, fan tidings to the Lord of Fortune and Storms. Good day to you, ma'am.
Good day. It seems that you have summoned actually all of us. And I gesture towards my friends.
Hello.
You can see he adjusts his spectacles for a moment as they sort of adjust the size of his eye and the magnifications for a moment as he squints. Oh dear me. Yes! Of course I did. I did that. I summoned you
It doesn't
here.
sound like you did.
Well, why don't we all just take a seat and we can discuss the things that I most certainly did a few days ago, I think.
Insight check, please. A 15.
A 15? He has absolutely no idea what's going on, but he means well.
Like most people. No idea. That means well. I sit down and I take the Morian and I set it in front of him.
Thank you. Yes,
Yes, I
I thought it looked better there too.
I also sit down and look on attentively. Yes?
I look at him and I just grunt. Daenerys.
Daenerys.
Isn't that? Yeah.
Delora?
You sent me. Go look at
Daenerys.
what you sent me.
Oh, Danarath. Danarath.
Oh, what did I
I thought you said Daenerys. I was about to say, this is our crossover episode where we are... if only.
Instantly.
Yeah. Yes. Oh! Danarath! Yes! That is a place that exists further north.
Yoan
Grab the
sits at
letter.
a nearby table and just leans on his hand and takes a sip of his mead, like, oh no.
I grab the letter and I say, "Is this not your hand?"
It is a hand of mine, just not my hand. Introductions, one and all. Right, that's when we should start, and maybe a drink or two. As Delora saunters by, I got one for each of you. I think you're gonna need it. As she sees him dragging that entire gaggle of goods with him. I am a Percival Grain of the Valiance. A pleasure. As he sort of holds out his hand to make a chord with each person at the table.
Percival?
Percival,
I shake
yeah.
his hand.
Okay.
Viola. That
Ah,
is me.
Viola, the priestess, yes. We're well acquainted
Correct.
now.
I can't wait to learn more about you.
Oh, that's very nice. That's very nice of you to say.
Yoan stands from his table and extends his hand. Yoan Byrne of the Yarn Hall Burns. Percival, run that name by me again.
Percival Grain. Grain, yes.
And of the what? The what was it?
Of the Valiance, of course.
Does Yoan know what the Valiants are?
I would wager Yoan does. In fact, probably the only person who might not is Gray. Maybe Gray and actually Viola, because Viola is from across the sea. So, Viola, actually no. Yoan, I'll give this to you. Nadara, Zorvrax, and Musadi. You know this, and you can dispense information if you want. The Valiants are a very famous organization in Mira. They are essentially an itinerant chivalric order, sort of like a group of wandering knights. Essentially, they are tasked. They're mainly stationed in Danareth, which is the central capital, but their mission is to travel to the various corners of Mira, righting wrongs, protecting the good folk, sort of like a wandering league of armed and armored servants of the people.
I look at Musadi. I look at Musadi and I say, and I just have him ask him to fill me in on what the Valiants are.
And I say, Percy, the Valiants, the knights, the wandering ones, right?
Why, yes, knights, charitable doers of work. We take the fight, the good fight, to the odd ends of Mira for the good, for the sake of its peoples, yes.
And then, Percy, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? That is such a good question for you to ask. Well, I'm going to be very plain with you. Yes, I am a member of the Valiants, although not quite officially minted, as it were, and not quite crossed the swords over my shoulders, you see. But I've been tasked with a very important mission from a higher up in this organization, whomst I cannot name, but I am set to deliver a very important package, as he gestures broadly to this canvas-laden box, which he has practically broken his back trying to squeeze into Onathi's row house. And it needs to travel a great deal, and I would like a couple of extra pairs of hands and eyes, and he looks you over, swords and, whatever else, knives you seem to be bringing with you everywhere, as it were.
And the rocks, don't forget the rocks.
So, Percy, baby, are you the man Morgan?
Well, I am a man with a Morian, which is what the note says. Was I the man with the original Morian to meet you? No. That was to be a different man and a different Morian, but, as things were, it happened that I was the best person to be in the position to do the delivering, and so here I am, earning my stripes, if you will, for the Valiants, yes. I'm in way over my head, and I'm very scared. I want all of you to know that I am very scared.
That's all well and good, whoever you are, but we're waiting for a man in a Morian, so thank you very much. And I just keep looking at the door.
I look at him and I say, blink twice if you need help.
He just rapidly starts blinking his eyes. He just does not stop.
Wait, hold on. Oh, there we are. All right, I'm with you. Here we go. I look at everyone else. Yeah, I'm here.
Good.
I can promise you, on behalf of the good name of the Valiants, there is a great sum of coin to be made. I just need you to follow me to another location with this very heavy parcel and deliver it and make sure that we all stay alive and it gets where it needs to be in one piece.
I pull Musadi aside and I say, I don't know. My mother told me that we should never follow an anxious man into a second location. I'm very scared right now. I don't know what is happening.
Percy, baby, do they know that you're here?
Give me an insight check.
rolled a 7.
7. He says, certain agents may know of my location. Ones that matter surely do. Others, we'll see.
What's in the box?
That is, no talk of the box. That is what I was told.
Listen.
Reach out to the box and I open it.
As you reach your hand towards the gaggle of tarpon, he practically throws his body on top. No! The tiny frame of his purse just sort of like clambers on top. I'm very sorry. I don't mean to make a scene, but I was given strict instructions from persons who have a great deal of influence that this box should not be opened until it is delivered to the said drop-off point. And I would very much not like for that to not be the case. So, if we can all just pretend the box isn't here. We can just pretend it's just us.
Where point?
There is a northward, towards Danareth, a little to the left, where the rivers start to bleed into Riverholm. There will be a boat awaiting us. We take the boat further north, give it to another contingent of the Valiants, make sure it is in their safe care, and then we are free to go about our merry way.
Nadara being kind of quiet this entire time, just kind of watching, strides up to the man and does a little small, like, greeting bow and says, Nadara, and how much are we getting paid for this?
Yes, of course, we need to talk of coin, because coin is what makes the world go round. Yes, that's what...
Precisely.
Yes, of course. Let me just look at my notes here. That has everything written down about how much money that you'll get. Because that is something they told me. Absolutely, they did. They...
Can I insight check him? He's lying to me right now.
You can definitely insight check him for sure.
He's 100% lying. I don't know.
I'm lying.
Like,
Alright. Very good insight.
while he's freaking out and she's trying to figure out what's going on, I'm walking to the door to see if somebody's following him.
12.
12. From what you can tell, he's just incredibly nervous. There is likely some truth to his word, but he's very poor at representing that fact. He finally clambers through one of his notes that has some denotation of value on it, and finally sort of coughs out, 250 gold, 250 gold, 250 gold, is what they promise for the delivery. That's
All
a
together
fair
or
sum.
a piece?
Well, when I'm not making, I don't have it in my sleeves. 200, and I can give you some now, and then upon successful delivery, a package and my person, we can discuss the negotiation of the other half of the coin. Yes.
Yes, I'm just asking, is it 250 for each of us, or 250 for all of us?
Oh well, who do I look like? The High Sovereign, 250 flat.
All right, I'm just asking the questions. Don't worry.
How long is this journey?
Well, that depends on a variety of factors, yes. As you well know, Sunstep is not entirely unaccosted by all manners of threat, both mortal and monstrous alike. There's also the windstorms, the sand dunes, the arid heat. Then we'll have to get to the boat, and of course there's the water to deal with, and there's, sort of choppy business on the waves. It's going to take a while. I'm not going to lie, it's going to take a while, but I promise you'll be in the good graces of the Valiants, one of the most esteemed orders of all Mira. They will be in your pocket.
And do you have a map, or do you have to come with us?
Oh, see, I have a map. Absolutely. I have a map. It's right here, as he points down to his papers, in which there are several
Great, so you don't have
hand-drawn-
to come with us.
No, I have to keep hold of the box. That's I'm.
But I thought
I'm,
you wanted us to keep hold of the box.
No,
Isn't that what you're hiring us to
I
do?
need to be there. You just make sure I don't die.
Oh.
Why do you need to be there?
Because it's important to people. People want
Why?
me.
Tell me more. I need to know more about this. I feel like we haven't gotten very much information.
You can give me a persuasion check if you're trying to be nice about it. And if anybody here is also proficient in persuasion, I'll let them aid on that.
Yoan will help with that.
I am not.
Not me.
Yeah, so this
God,
one.
because I got a 2. Help me.
Well, you Yoan grants you advantage, so you can roll again and take the higher result.
Well, let's hope I don't roll another 2, because that's the second one I rolled. Oh, that's a 1.
To say it out loud. You had to say it out loud.
Yeah.
You can see Percival sort of grabs the top of the canvas, straps closer to his chest. Believe me, I wish I could not be as tight-lipped about this. I really do, but you understand that these are the Valiants, and they are very powerful, important people, and I don't want to disappoint them. I don't want to disappoint them. I don't want to disappoint them.
I take my hands and put them over his hands on the chest, and I go, safe.
Ooh, okay. Give me, what would that be? That's a persuasion check.
I mean it. I mean it.
I know you do.
Okay.
Yeah, you do it. You're lying to him the whole
Okay. 15.
15. Gray, with her strange negotiation skills, her rocks, her heartfelt demeanor, puts hands on Percy's hands, and you can feel them trembling underneath your much larger mitt for a moment as he sort of releases a very tense sigh. Okay, I'm Percival Graham. Graham, as in the Grahams of the Valiants. Theo Graham, any of these names ringing a bell to any of you? It would make this a lot easier if they were.
They
History
ring
check?
bells from most of us, right?
Yeah, history check for sure.
Okay.
23.
23, so.
History.
I got a 16.
I got a 17.
Gray, like.
And that's 20.
Dang, okay. So yeah, you all have heard. So, of the Valiants, which is a very noble chivalric order, the name Graham carries a lot of weight. Theor Graham in particular is a noted knight, a tenured soldier in the Mirren armies for Danareth, has completed a great number of missions for the good of the people of this land, and presumably bears some relation to the spindly, very nervous Percival.
Are you related to Theor Graham?
Yes. The words like roll over him, like you could feel it's like a looming shadow has already been cast over him. Yes, I am very much related to that Theo Graham. Master swordsman, hero at heart, all of the monikers and titles you would expect him to have.
Father, brother, uncle.
Adopted
Neighbor.
brother.
Uncle, actually. You see, my father was also a notable soldier in his time. God's rest his soul. I spent most of my youth in Danareth, finishing school, reading books on etiquette, and preparing myself for a world of business and trade. But when Father passed, Theo then decided that, well, the great line of warrior Grahams could not end with his brother, no, and so he very kindly enlisted me, conscripted me, if you will, for the Valiants, and I have been serving dutifully ever since. So he has told me, in no short terms, that it is imperative that I bring this very important object to him and not die doing it. And I fear that if I don't have someone around me who can ensure that I won't die, that I most certainly will. So I'm sorry if this is coming off a bit tense, but there's sort of a lot riding on this for me, personally.
I just want to be honest. This is the first time that I really believed that you didn't mean us any harm. So, good on you, bud. Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Oh, well, that's well and good. I definitely did not want to hurt any of you. You all seem very strong and tough, and let's all just say it right now. I don't want to hurt anyone here. Let's all be friends. Yes.
There is one
Wasn't
thing
worried.
that
Just, I'm okay back here. Like, I've been in the back this whole time, just like, yeah, thumbs up.
the one thing that I do want to clarify with you, is there anything living in that box? Is
Not
it
that
alive?
I'm aware of.
Do you know what's in that
Do you know
box?
what's in the box?
Yeah.
I don't know what's in the box. I have no idea what is in the box.
I'm gonna roll an insight check. I want to insight check that right now.
I think he's fine. It's probably just whatever's in the box. Who
13.
cares?
A 13? This guy's not a good liar. He absolutely does not know what is in that box.
Okay, cool.
I understand that the Valiants, at times have to operate with a certain level of secrecy, and I am not officially knighted, or really in there yet, so certain things are unbeknownst to me, but presumably one day I can tell you. That is, if we get to where we need to go, and all live during the process. Now, we're all kind of getting on the same page now, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, I think we are.
What?
Do I have to explain it all for him again, or can we catch
Well,
him
no,
up?
there's just no, I don't see a book anywhere, so.
Oh dear.
Percival slowly slides one of his leather-bound tomes in your direction, sort of looking
Oh,
at
yeah, that one. Gotcha.
Viola is just giggling violently.
If that is all well and good, we can all assume that you are in agreement to help me and the Valiants and my uncle, who's a very important man, whose name is Theo, get this box to where it needs to go, yes?
I will help you.
Musadi, what do you think?
I have to ask, you are so nervous. And so whatever's in the foreseeable future has you very nervous. And I'm just curious, why are you so nervous?
Well, normally when a nice Valiant is sent, across the mirrored landscape, they are hardy and hale and in good company and trained in sword and shield, and I am absolutely none of those things. I don't know what I'm doing. I've tried to swing a sword a couple of times with a myriad of successes, and I'm currently alone. And it is very, as you can see, quite a task to carry that thing by myself. So there is a lot of reasons for me to possibly be dead in the near future, and I would like to narrow those chances as much as I possibly can, you see.
So if you're not strong, why do you want to be a knight?
Is it really more of a want at this point? I can't tell. What am I going to tell Theo? No. I'm going to tell one of the most decorated knights in all of Mirren history, my blood relative, that I don't want to be a part of this fancy sword club. Am I going to do that? No,
I
would
understand.
never do that. I would never do that.
I understand.
Some things you're just born into.
Yes, and
Can't
we can see
fight
I
it.
have the aptitude, at the very least the enthusiasm.
Yeah,
I
and
start-
you don't have a choice.
So
I guess we can help you.
Yeah.
you clearly have decisions to make, and so are we following Percy Baby? Are we going together? I only know Viola. Blue, your arm is amazing. Gray, I'm quite smitten with you and the other folks. What are we gonna do?
Well, come morning, I've arranged for us to have a caravan under the guise of the Dusty Trails Trading Company. Yes? Should be rather unassuming, should not draw a lot of ire or eyes. We mount up, we take that straight on to the presumed location where our boat will be waiting, offload, upload, keep going, and deliver it to Theor, all in good health.
Nidar looks at
Sounds
Yo and
a-
is like, we need the money.
You
You need the money, and we've done worse things for it.
They've done worse things. I agree.
Yoan would be mean, right?
I'm going that way anyway. Let's go.
Quite superior. It's surprising to hear that you, Yoan, you need the money. I mean, look at you. You look fine.
Yeah, he's got a point.
It's surprising how quickly you burn through your funds when traveling such great distances.
I don't think I like you.
That is not a very kind thing to say, but I have grown accustomed to such interactions on the road.
Viola is giggling violently.
I can't make an opinion either way. I just like how you look.
I'll take it.
Splendid.
That's
So
all
we
I've
are
got. I'll take it.
all in agreement. You can assure that on the coin of the Valiants, you will have fair and warm beds tonight, full bellies, your fair share of drink, making sure that we're able to be up and early in the morning. And with that, I say we try to enjoy the rest of the evening as best we can, yes?
You know,
Are we
friend, you
gonna
could
do
have
it?
started with that information.
I start looking at his maps.
As you are perusing through the maps, you can see the halflings over by the corner throwing the daggers. Hop, hop, throwing. Hop, hop, technique, yes, good throw. Once, you hear a distant whistle. And another bit of shattered glass. And as you all turn your heads, you see the halflings mounted, their hands outstretched. You're half expecting to see a dagger sail through the window, yet instead, on the uppermost halfling, on his friend's shoulders, you instead see a black arrow pierce through the shoulder, the head of which is pointing out the other side. The halfling looks down, good throw, sort of like stunned silence, grabbing the end of the arrow. The other friends are, oh, down, as they grab and pull. All of a sudden you hear another whistle as the windows begin to shatter in all directions, black arrows peppering in through various corners of the establishment. Oh, Nathy, everybody down! Heads down! Sort of like grabs the prospector, and drags him to the floor. Dolor collapses, oh my god! Getting under a table. As from the distance you can hear very faintly, you can hear growls and husky voices beginning to murmur towards one another as arrows fly over your heads. I think I'm gonna pass. Oh.
I grab the nearest chair, I use it as a shield, and I run to the window and look out.
You look out? Okay.
Yeah.
I will give you a little bit of cover because you're holding that. Oh, and also I should say, just in general, for the past couple hours we're playing, everyone give yourself a point of inspiration. I am just so smitten with all of you. All smitten with you doing your stuff.
Before I do that, though, I slam what's-his-face into the ground, just so he's safe.
By the heavens! As he gets pushed down to the ground. Gray. I'll give you some cover for your chair. So that is going to be a 12 to AC.
Are you serious?
Yes. It was a high roll.
I grabbed 2 chairs.
I put one chair on top of the other chair. I will give you another point of inspiration for bravely running to the window to see what is
All
on the
right,
other
so my
side.
AC is 10. So how can I, like, what do I roll to I mean,
You
it's
don't.
hits.
You just
so,
get, you just get hit by
But I
an
get
arrow.
2 points of
no.
inspiration. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, DM. You watch as you drag your friends, I should say, watch as you drag a chair to try and cover your distance closing towards the window, but it's just too slow. As you watch as Gray has a black arrow embedded into her collarbone. Gray, you will suffer.
Wait.
Ooh,
I want to cast fog cloud.
Well, so we can. So right now, basically what's happening is we haven't rolled initiative yet. These things kind of
got it.
snuck up on the
Okay.
party. You will have a chance to do that.
Okay.
But Gray, all right, here's something interesting that happens. The arrow hits Gray's shoulder with such force that she gets knocked back towards one of the walls behind her.
And pinned.
Yep. You suffer 2 points of damage, but Gray, you are now stuck on the wall as you are trying to wrestle the arrow out of your chest there. Gray, as you peer up towards the window on the horizon line, slowly, well, I should say, gaining now, since they've been moving in silence, is a group of figures. Trying to count my numbers. You're counting over a dozen at this point. Their figures hunched and darkened. At first, kind of hard to make out at their current draw, but as they get closer and when the firelight starts to take the area around the tavern and light up their forms, you can see they look like bipedal, almost part men, part hyena. They have mottled,
Oh no.
mangy fur that is riddled with sort of wound scars. You can see their toothy maws their yellow fangs are all frothing with what appear to be some sort of sickening agent as their glassy eyes sort of look up towards the window to where they see you. And
Do I know what they are?
you can give me a nature check.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a 19, plus my nature is bomb as fuck, so let's just assume I got it.
Yeah. Maror, you are. Wow, sorry, Gray. I'm defaulting to our other campaigns.
Oh,
names.
Aurora!
Gray, you are very familiar with these figures. These are gnolls. Gnolls are as.
Oh no.
They are. Joe says "aw" to the gnolls. We have a gnoll fan. We have a gnoll fan in the chat.
No.
Gnolls are bipedal humanoid creatures that resemble hyenas. They are linked, most of them. There are some fringe groups that have distanced themselves away from their dark origin enough that they might be a common forest-dwelling kind of creature. But unfortunately, a lot of them have their origin point and are beholden to a powerful demon prince of slaughter. And much like you might imagine a demon-fueled hyena would be if they were able to walk on 2 legs and wield weapons, they are constantly hungry, constantly aggressive, and they hunt other humanoid creatures, not merely for sport, but definitely for feasting.
Okay, I shout out, Knowles, 12! And am I, since it's only the one shoulder, can I literally...
You can attempt to do that on your turn, yes. But it
I
is
do
not...
it now? I know you said I can do it on my turn, but hear me
better
out.
roll.
Hear me out. What if we did it my way instead? That means I think we're going to say for the first time in the campaign, roll for initiative, the first combat of level 1 adventuring.
Oh, baby.
Do it. I got a nat 20!
Oh!
Do it now.
In the wall.
I got a 13.
I have a 15.
For my sake, please keep
Yeah.
those numbers with you because I will not remember right now if they are said aloud in mass. But
I'm just gonna keep shouting them out.
yeah, please please keep shouting them. I'm sure that will help everybody. And then I'm gonna roll for. Oh, of course, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, and now I will start taking. Let's start with Viola. What's your initiative?
16.
16. Musadi?
Let me call me 11.
Because should we be rolling it home? Yes, I do trust these adventurers to be earnest in their die rolls, and if I start getting saucy with it, we'll see. Yoen.
That'll be an 8.
See, that's why we know they're being honest. Otherwise, Yoen would not have rolled an 8 for his initiative roll.
We
Nadara.
all rolled nat 20s.
Yeah, we're so good.
15.
15. Ooh, we got a couple of ties, looks like. Okay, Gray got a... What did you get all together? Something crazy. 20 something?
20 plus. Yeah.
20
Well, my initiative's 0, so I got a 20.
Nice. And then Zorvarax.
75.
Well,
Actually,
did you roll a D100 and...
I do that every time.
Oh yeah, your class
It
feature. I
happens.
forgot your secret class feature.
Yeah, surprise! You get to roll a D100 for whatever. Yeah, no, 13.
So that means it is going to be Gray in the lead, followed by Viola, followed by Nadara. What is your initiative modifier?
+3.
Ooh, can you roll a die for me? Just a D20?
Yeah. I rolled a 6.
6, got you.
I don't when he doesn't tell you why.
I know. I was like, nope, I definitely failed whatever that was.
Sneaky
A
secret.
sneaky secret. Zorvarax, Musadi, Yoen. Okay, so current initiative order is Gray, Viola, Nadara, then Band of Gnolls, Zorvarax, Musadi, Yoen, and our dear Percy.
Oh.
Oh no, he shouldn't help. He shouldn't help.
Oh boy.
Tell him to just stay out of it.
Stay out.
Big.
Okay.
Stay safe, buddy.
So with the initial onslaught of arrows, I'm gonna have the party quickly just roll me a dexterity save.
Ooh.
Me too?
That's gonna be a flat. That's a non-natural 1.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gray. You are currently pinned up against the wall, so you are restrained, which means you fail dexterity throws. I'm very sorry about that.
Wait, so I'm confused. What just happened? So just another onslaught of arrows came.
This was like the initial volley of arrows that came in through the windows. You ran
You
specifically.
wouldn't say that since I specifically ran forward, that's part of the initial onslaught, therefore I've done my damage.
I would not, and I gave you a point of inspiration for it.
And I grabbed 2 chairs.
And Jacob doesn't touch it.
Jacob doesn't touch it. Okay. So
That
what
one
is...
chair wasn't enough of a slice.
Yeah.
Who's tallest slice?
Our stream is now actually going to be dedicated to I think you should leave jokes. Thank you everyone for coming for the D&D portion. This is the new part.
This is the new part.
Okay, so what are our dexterity saves?
14.
10.
22.
6.
There-
Okay.
Wait, the deck saves from before?
Yes, we're the dex saves.
Say it again.
Rolled a 1.
Say it out loud.
I rolled
Yeah.
a 2, but I have -1, so I got a
Oh.
big old
Okay.
1.
Okay, got you.
I-
Okay.
I rolled a nat 20, and my modifier was +5, so.
Hey.
Damn.
Okay.
Yes.
The arrows burst through the windows and begin peppering. You can see some of the spokes on the wall get knocked clean from the arrows as the wheels go tumbling down, rolling through the tavern. People are screaming, they're ducking under tables. Onathi's trying to wave some of them behind the kitchen for safekeeping. Anyone who got higher than a 12, congratulations, you only suffer 1 point of piercing damage, as you are just barely sort of nicked, or it slices across your shoulder, or you manage to just parry the arrow in time off a shield. You can describe your defensive flavorings as you wish. Those who have under 12, unfortunately, will catch an arrow and suffer 2 points of piercing damage.
With a nat 20, do I still get hit?
Ouch.
Yes, you do. I'm sorry.
Okay. No worries. You said -1?
Yes.
Faithless.
And then let's see here. We have, initiative has been rolled. Gray, you are first up on the stack, which means Viola, you're following, so pay attention to that. Gray, so far you are pinned up against the wall. You haven't seen any gnolls clear into the tavern yet, but you know that they are very close and right outside. The way that the pinning works on the bow means at the end of your turn, you can attempt to wriggle free with the strength save. So for this one turn, you will be pinned, but... Oh,
Sorry, you said I can't really see any of them?
I mean, they haven't jumped into the tavern quite yet, but I mean, through the window, if you have a means of a ranged source of attack, you might be able to.
I mean, can I throw my scimitar?
You can
Throw it?
Technically, you can. It is not a ranged
Can
weapon,
I?
but I mean, that's
have
not
my
technically stopping you.
stones.
Yeah. What do you know? Do you know, Matt? What is that cantrip? Magic
Oh
stone?
wait! What is
Isn't
that?
that why you're carrying a giant bag of stones, or is that just to give to your friends?
Truly, that was just coinky dink, but I feel like it was subconscious because now it's all coming.
It's all coming back.
Yeah.
To me.
Let me load that up right now. The cantrip. It was called what again?
I think it's called Magic Stone.
Magic Stone. Yeah. Okay. Of course, my first attack would be a spell. When I want to play a brute force character.
We'll all have our moment in the sun.
Okay. Here's my cheat sheet. Do you have it offhand? I feel bad. I'm not looking for it.
I can pull it up for you, everyone.
Magic Stone. I got it.
All
Okay. You touch 1 to 3 pebbles. Obviously 3. Your ranged spell attack with one of the pebbles I'm throwing it or hurling it with a sling. I'm going to throw it. Range of 60 feet.
Yeah.
On a hit, the target takes bludgeoning damage equal to 1d6 plus a spell casting ability modifier. Hit or miss, the spell then ends on the stone.
Okay, sweet. So 60 feet, you can definitely toss a stone through the window. There might be a bit of, just like their arrows had a bit of a hard time narrowing through the gap. You might come against a little obstacle there, but you can definitely...
Oh, did they? Because they hit me twice. Okay.
Everyone's mad when they get peppered with arrows. What can I say?
Okay. But I can only throw 1 pebble at a time. I can just make 3 on my 1 turn.
Correct.
It sounds
Yes,
like. Okay.
yes, yes.
Okay. Well, my first hit is...
And that's a bonus.
20. Unnatural 20.
A non-natural 20? All right, sweet. That means you get to roll 1d6 plus your spell casting modifier.
Okay. And my spellcasting modifier is wisdom?
Yes.
6.
6. Dang. All right. You can see as the pants and the grunts and the growls of the gnolls bear down further and further onto the roadhouse. You can see a pair of clawed, furred hands grab either side of the window and sort of hop up into it, sort of perched on the lip, looking into the crowd with its tongue lolling out, just like getting ready to devour all of these innocents.
Can I hit it in its mouth so it starts choking?
Absolutely, you can. When you imbue the rock with your druidic magic, what does that look like? What is that? Describe that.
I take them and I actually put them up into my flame for a minute.
Ooh.
And I let them roll around in my hands, and then I take them and I say a quick prayer, and magically just like dirt comes off my hand, but it's got like still like some like red flicker of flame coming off them.
Nice.
Ooh.
It leaves Gray's hand, the stone, this glowing, cindery stone, with otherworldly force imbued by her druidic magic, sails through the inn. You can see the knoll with its mouth wide open, gets caught straight in the back of her throat, and like tumbles forward into the tavern, falls on its back, and begins desperately clawing at its throat.
Aww.
And you're the one who wanted it.
What have I done? What have I done?
I'm a monster! Desperately clawing at its throat until there's a moment of as you see the life drain out of the creature as it falls onto the tavern floor.
I cast healing.
Oh my God. I would love to imagine that we all just stood there and watched it. Like everybody's like, no one's moving. It's happening very slowly. Everybody's just like,
oh my God.
Like the rocks now, huh?
Do we call someone? Is there no emergency service?
PR.
Okay, so now
no
really,
CPR.
that's really all I can do.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go ahead and do the.
All right. So then give me a strength saving throw.
16.
16. Yeah. In your rage, your orc blood flaring now that you know that combat is nigh, you just grip that arrow by the end of it, and one swift movement. There was the sound of suction as it is pulled free from your shoulder, and you are now able to move freely.
Well, I'm going to break it in half and then
Oh,
take that.
yeah,
'Cause I don't want the arrowhead to come back in my shoulder.
Right, yes,
You know,
that
yeah.
is dangerous. Even
Yeah.
in let this be a note to everyone. Even in the fantasy world, proper arrow removal practice. So that means you are now free. Do you want to move at all? It's the end of your turn, so you can't. I apologize. I just remembered. So now that will end your turn. Viola, that means that is your turn, and following Viola is Nadara. So Nadara, you are on deck. Currently, once again, the gnolls have not had the chance to tumble into the tavern, but they are on their way.
So sorry, this is the first time I've played as a spellcaster. Can I
Yes.
cast a cantrip and a first level in the same turn, or does it have to be separate turns?
Usually not. It depends on the type of action they are. So if one is a bonus action and a regular action, then you may be able to. But typically it's one or the other.
Cool. So then I'm going to go ahead and cast Fog Cloud.
Nice.
Just within the space, just to give us a little bit of cover, since we know that they're all going to come in. It doesn't say I need to roll for anything.
Yeah, that may just be instantaneous. So it's a first level spell. You create a 20-foot radius sphere of fog centered on an opponent within range. The sphere spreads around corners, heavily obscured, lasts for the duration. So it is concentration. So let's.
I'm going to put it on the window. It's going to be where I'm like focusing it.
All right.
It's going to be right on the window where they're coming through.
Perfect. I'm making a note of that. So, Viola, tell me how you summon this fog cloud into existence.
My hand goes to my holy sigil, and my face glows a blue, and and I'm saying a prayer, Petros, the whole time, and there are threads of blue that come out of all sides of me, and it makes a fog, and a fog starts to appear. It like weaves together a fog, a very like tightly wound blue thread, and that's right in front of the window.
Nice. You watch this mystical display from your comrade as the front of Onathi's window is now obscured in this strange mystical fog. You can hear some confused snarls from the other side. They seem a little trepidatious, and none have crossed the barrier yet. So that was your action. Use the spell. Do you want to move or do anything else?
Yeah, so I'm going to flip one of the tables over, and I'm going to use it as cover.
Oh, okay. Interact with an object. We love to see it. Perfect. Violet,
I'm also going to call in like any of the bystanders to get behind the table too, or to pull up their own tables. I'm going to yell at them to like get and find cover.
Nice. Yes. Do you yell anything or just wave your arm?
I just say like, find cover.
I'm
doing this.
You can see the patrons watching as the table flips, follows you point for point, sort of inspired by your gesture there, as some of them tumble underneath other tables or flip the ones they can to give themselves some semblance of makeshift protection for now. Anything else for you?
That's going to be it.
Okay.
Oh, well, I tell Percy to find cover too. I like look at him in the eyes and I say, hide.
I'm on it! As he scrambles behind a nearby table. Nadara, that is going to be you, which means the next up is the Knolls. Prepare for Knolls, baby.
All right. So I'm gonna use my movement, and I want to get behind the bar. I want to slide over and land on the other side to get some cover.
Nice. Perfect. What is your current speed?
My current speed is 30 feet. It says.
Okay. Perfect. 16. Oh yes, I know why I said that. Yes, Nadara, you can book your way over the bar, sort of sprinting over tables, sliding over some until you get to the bar, nimbly flip your way behind it. You can see Onathi's on the other side, like holding what appears to be like a crude wooden cudgel with a few nails in it. He sort of like yells as you flip over the thing, like raise it for a second. I'm sorry, miss. I did not know. I wasn't awares.
And she's like, no worries. And like in with like a swift movement, I want her to like lean her crossbow on top of the bar, but like still very much in cover. And I want to ready a shot at the first Null I see break through those windows.
Ooh, very nice. Do you want a clarification for Dan? Because the window is currently fog clouded. So do you want to wait until they break the cloud? Otherwise, I believe you'll incur a penalty from like the fog bleeding through.
Yeah. I definitely want to see like whoever breaks through that fog first and comes like into my line of sight. I want to shoot them.
Got you. Can be done. I'm gonna mark ready to action. So you moved. You readied an action. Anything else?
I don't think I can do anything else, huh? Yeah, no, I think that's it for me. That's all I can do.
All right. At this point, you can hear the howling and panting draw down on the front of Onathi's. So the way the layout is, there's currently a window that is fog clouded. Not too far from that window, there is a door, so there's currently 2 entrance points on the front where you walked in, of course. So we're going to split the Knolls from their entrance points. I'm going to say, like some notations here, and some notations here. Okay. So far, only Gray has gotten a good look at the Knolls on the outskirts before they entered Onathi's. You did know that there was roughly over a dozen of them, give or take. Clambering into the fog is one group of Knolls. It's kind of hard to see, of course, because there is this mystical smoke which is enshrouding their area of entry, and I believe they can only cross into that entry point with their current movement. But you do know that there is a group of bodies which is now plopped over and clawed their way through the broken window. Opposite that, on the far end of the other wall, once again throwing open the doors at this point to the point where they are now smashed off their hinges. The 2 doors just fling off in either direction. Are 4 Knolls. Their bodies covered in scars and mangy fur, bursting down forward with wide grins. They are taking a deep breath of the smell of the place, but you can tell probably what they're sniffing for is not so much the cooked meat versus the live meat, which is strewn about this place as they all snicker to each other. Okay. The first group of gnolls, which are currently in the fog cloud, do not have enough movement to push past it, so they will shoot from where they are standing. Now, because they are in the fog cloud, they are heavily obscured, which is at a penalty, and I just have to remember what that penalty is. One moment as I remind myself of heavily obscured vision. So blocks effectively, and they are affected by the blinded condition. So they're going to be shooting pretty wild. Attack rolls have disadvantage. Okay, so we have Gray, Zorvrax, and Yoan here. We have Musa D here as well, and I think the only other person I'm not accounting for is Viola. So I'm going to roll a die here to randomize this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Viola. Okay, Musa D. Okay. Zorvrax. Okay. And perfect. Yoan. Yoan, Viola, and Zorvrax, you are targeted on Musa D. You are targeted blindly. They're going to be blind fires, so this is probably going to go a little wide, but they still get their shots regardless. As they knock 4 black arrows from behind the fog and fire in the general direction of the holy light, which just moments ago summoned forth this fog from inside of the inn. Let's see. That is going to be 11 to hit Viola.
Yes.
Musa D, that is like in the negatives. It's like you don't have to worry about that at all. Same thing for Zorvrax. Yoan, maybe your squishy wizard body can't take this. 30, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8.
8 to hit? No.
Okay. I don't know. I don't have your sheet in front of me.
I got dex.
Oh. The shame.
You think I built my wizard without dexterity?
I don't know what you do. Okay, but Nadara, I'll let you, because you said specifically you want to fire for the first gnoll that's visible. I will let you fire on one of the gnolls that entered through the doorway, which are plainly visible.
Okay. Cool. All right. Let's see. Oh, that's a miss. It's a hard miss. It's a 7 to hit.
Hard miss. Nadara, you crank back the lock in your crossbow. You squint your eyes. It sails across the bar. You see the gnoll look in your direction just in time to duck its sloped head as it pierces the edge of the doorway behind it, and you can see it glowers at you with a sort of hungry smile across its lips. So those 4 gnolls, which are not fog clouded, will now attack. We're going to say that one definitely crosses the bar towards Nadara, because that only makes sense. And then, actually, we'll say 2 of them, because, gnolls hunt in packs, and that makes sense. And let's say that these final 2, let's see what their distance is going to get them. Their distance is going to let them cross to a nearby set of tables across from where y'all are taking cover. I should say Zorvrax. Everyone but Nadara, really, because Nadara's the only one who booked it across the bar. So you'll see they will reach up from over their tables with their bows drawn with hungry smiles, and then we will now follow through with attacks. Nadara, you have 2 gnolls, which have now clambered up on the bar. Onathi is on his back with the bat, sort of paralyzed with fear, trying to summon the strength to swing at these things, but he is not quick enough. As the first gnoll opens up its wide jaw with those frothing, it looks like disease-ridden gums. There's definitely something going on in the mouth that is not quite sanitary. as it attempts to attack you for a 15 to AC.
Oh, yeah, that hits.
Okay. It sinks its teeth into you, and immediately you can feel something thicken in your blood, which is just unnatural. Can you give me a Constitution saving throw?
I sure can. That's just a nat 20, right? With my Constitution modifier.
Yeah, roll 20 and then whatever the little con modifier will be.
To me, a 14.
A 14? Okay. You begin to feel this pestilent influence sink into your flesh, but you manage to steel yourself against it as you wrestle your arm free of the gnoll's grip. But you can see the blood, your blood, which is now on its mouth, it just slowly rolls its tongue all around, sort of in this ecstatic...
That's disgusting.
Just tasting that fresh meat. The other gnoll is going to do the exact same thing. It's going to try to attack you. This time, it is a 13 to AC.
Oh, that's a miss.
Okay, that one lashes out at you, but at this point, you've seen their antics. You know what's coming. You manage to duck out of the way as it just chomps at fresh air right by your shoulder. Doesn't get you. The final two gnolls, which are in the bar behind the tables with their bows drawn, fire 2 shots. And once again, I will randomize this. So, I'm going to roll for what appears to be Musadi and Zorvarax. Musadi, that is going to be a 15 to AC.
Yeah, that hit player.
And Zorvarax, it's going to be a 12 to AC.
No. Misses me.
Their crude primitive arrows strike your armor and just instantly shatter off of the metal as they sort of look at each other with a confused twist of their heads. Musadi, unfortunately, your cloths and leathers do not have that same level of resistance as you are pierced through the shoulder by an arrow. Give me a... What do I want? Dexterity saving throw.
Natural 20.
Natural 20, okay. There was a moment where that arrow looks like, much like Gray, it was trained to pin you in place and make you easy pickings for these predators. However, you are just quick enough to roll your shoulder and just catch the brunt of it off of your arm as it sinks into the table behind you. You only suffer a grand total of 2 piercing damage.
A lot of damage, though. Wow. Okay.
And that is...
Did I take any damage from that first gnoll? I didn't.
Oh, yes. You would have taken, because it tried to poison you, so it does a little less damage. You would have taken 2 points of damage, one of which is piercing and one of which is poison, if that matters to you. And then, with all of that, that is the current gnolls, with what you can hear, growls and pants and more outside, waiting to come inside.
This is a...
Zorvarax, it is going to be your turn with Musadi on deck.
Alright, so can I get like I know I can't really see through the smoke screen or whatever, but
yes.
Can I get a good inkling of where the doorway is?
Oh, yeah, for sure. From your position, you can clearly see one entrance which is thoroughly fog clouded, and another which is fairly open.
Okay, so I'll go into the open one.
Okay.
And I'll basically stand guard. And from there, how far is that from where I'm at? Like 15 feet?
A little longer, but you can make it with your full movement without having to dash.
Okay. From there, can I see anyone? Any of these little gnolls out there?
These little gnolls? Yes. So, you can see what appears to be... give me a perception check to see how accurate your count is.
Oh, man. That's going to be a... Not very high. That's going to be a 13.
13? Okay. If there were a little more than a dozen to begin the scuffle, right?
Yeah.
You have seen that at this point, maybe... Was it 8? I have to do math. You can see that maybe a third of their fighting force has trickled into the to the tavern thus far.
A third.
A third already? They're all inside, so they're pretty close.
Oh, sorry.
Right now?
1/3 is inside. The rest are outside.
Okay. Of the ones outside, how far are they though?
Great question. We'll
Sorry.
say no, that's okay. For the purposes of like range increments, we'll say that there's a group that's maybe within like 30 odd feet. They're probably gonna cross the bridge, gap into the door next round, and then some a little further odd out.
Okay. So of the ones coming in the 30 odd feet,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kind of eye the closest one. Hand axe.
Good throw.
Technique yet again. I know you said 30, so it's between 20 and 60. So I have to do I have to do it at disadvantage?
Correct.
Oh, that's so disappointing. I rolled a nat 20 on the second one. But that's still gonna be a 14 to hit.
Ooh, still a 14 to hit, which is a hit, so you can roll damage.
Cool. So that's gonna be a D6 plus 3. Ooh, that's 6 damage for that one.
6 damage. Zorbrax, you see another gnoll, a group of them which are bearing down. They see you standing in the doorway with your, weapon readied, and immediately it sort of like tightens its grip around its weapon and smiles wide and begins to lick its lips as you cock your arm back and let it sail. It's a little wobbly in mid-flight because you are throwing hard from that distance. Still, you manage to catch it right in the neck as there is a pained yelp and a spurt of blood that splatters onto the dusty trail, and you watch as the gnoll grabs the hand axe, tries to pry it out, but falls to its knees and slumps over dead.
I turn to the halflings. Technique.
Technique! They all bow. They all bow ecstatically.
I have a question. Is that one halfling that got hit by the arrow, is he dead? Or no?
That is a great question.
I'm sorry, it's very important to me.
Let's find out. We'll let fate decide.
Oh no. Just say no.
You can see that is currently on his back. The arrow is in him, and there's blood staining the floor of the roadhouse. Not truly passed on yet, but within moments, very mortally wounded.
Oh no.
And just for my own knowledge, how far away is he from me?
Would be, we'll say 30 feet.
Okay. All right.
Okay, and that is Zorbrax, I believe, everything that you're going to do. Correct?
Yeah, I think
Musa-D?
that's it. Yeah.
Musa-D, you are up, and that means Yoan is on deck.
Okay, so I was hit twice with 2 separate arrows. Skin ones and a hit flash for the first one. How close are the nose to me?
So there are a group of them only 30 feet away from you, but they're currently still in the fog clouds, so they're kind of hard to see. And then there's another group, the opposite direction, 30 feet behind tables, which they've kicked over to shoot at you with arrows. And then the final group, which is about 60 feet away, is currently hounding Nadara behind the bar.
Yeah. Okay. And Yoan goes behind me?
Yes, Yoan, and then Percy.
Okay. So I'm going to use Bardic Inspiration on Yoan. And then Musa-D's going to say, I really like you, but I don't want Nadar to stab me. And I'm going to give him a Bardic Inspiration.
Thank you.
Does your musically empowered words look like anything in particular when you grant Bardic Inspiration?
I guess it just depends on specifically what I'm doing. So I think for this one, it's just like a little squirrel on the floor that just travels straight to Yoan. Like script that just flowing right to him. And then for me, so that means I'm in reaching range for some of the gnolls to just batter me, right?
Yes, especially if you don't manage to pull out that arrow.
So the arrow's still in me too. Okay, so.
Oh no, wait, you dodged it. Actually, did I lie? I think you might have actually dodged one.
He got like a 20 something.
Yeah, no, you're good. I lied to you. Don't pay attention to the DM. This is a note to everyone out there. Call your DM a liar. They're dumb.
The first one, because the first one hit me for 2-2.
You are not pinned as far as I'm concerned.
All right, cool. I think I'm gonna heal myself because I only have 5 health.
Fair.
Ooh.
Can I do Bardic Inspiration and can I do Healing Word?
One's a bonus action, one is a standard action. Correct. Remind me on the interaction multiple spells, Garrett. I know you probably know that off the top of your head.
Actually, what I know off the top of my head is that they're both bonus actions.
Oh, there we go. There we go. So, unfortunately not.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna use. Am I allowed to use Vicious Mockery?
Yes, because that is a spell and a bonus action. Yeah, 2 separate actions.
Okay. Can I use that Vicious Mockery on the one that's attacking Nadara now?
Absolutely. That's what, 60 odd range? 60 foot, I think?
Let me see. I actually do not know.
I'll try and type it up here too. Yeah, 60 feet. So that is definitely within range to strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna use Vicious Mockery on the node that's attacking Nadara now.
Okay, I'm going to make a Wisdom saving throw, which, given their bestial intelligence, may not be the best, but let's find out. Ooh, okay, but actually rolled pretty well. That is going to be a grand total of, my notes pulling up for me to see, 19.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think that worked. My spell 13?
Gotcha, yeah, so then it would succeed past your spell save DC.
Yeah, so that's...
So what vicious mockery do you yell at this gnoll?
I was gonna just say, please not her face, but...
As you feel its primal mind resisting your mockery, you can see, like, in its eyes, it just goes, face.
No.
So you use the bonus action, use the regular action. You still have a movement available to you if you want to use it.
Okay. I'm gonna slide. I'm gonna move as close as I can to Viola.
Okay.
Viola's, I'm gonna move close to her. And even though I'm in pain, I'm gonna give her a wink and I'm just gonna pat my back to her.
Nice. Perfect. Musi, that will end your turn. Yoan, it is your turn with Percy on deck.
All right. Are there any like loose gnolls that are heading toward me?
There are 2 gnolls that are behind the tables within 30 feet of you. They did try and shoot at your group before.
Are either of those within 15 feet of my unseen servant Killian?
Just because I entirely forgot about your unseen servant Killian, yeah, they absolutely are. One of them is within 15 feet.
Okay, great. And am I within 30 feet of the one that's attacking Nadara?
Not 30. You'd have to move closer.
Okay. This is what I'm going to do. First things first, I'm going to move closer to the one that is attacking Nadara.
Okay.
And then I'm going to summon a mote of fire into my hand with a few little incantations and a very dramatic swirl, and then hurl that mote at the one attacking Nadara.
Okay. A gout of flame now manifests between you. Oh, an excited face. What does that mean?
That's a 22 to hit.
Hey! That is a hit on these gnolls' rotting leathers and poor hides.
I do need D10s. I forgot. Okay, here we go. Holy mother of God.
Max damage?
Yoan coming out strong. Max damage.
Ooh.
10 fire damage to this knoll.
Fire enshrouds Yoan's palm as he wails it through the tavern. You can see the hearthlight temporarily just completely stolen by the glowing flame that he conjures into existence. Hits the knoll on the bar, like the knoll is on the bar, sort of snapping down at Nadara. Hits it in its ribs, and there's just a burst of ember and cimbers. It forces the knoll to like roll across the table for a second, and after it stops rolling, you can see it's now on its back, and there's nothing but a smoldering wound, a pit, where the ribcage was once standing as smoke leaks out of its maw. That knoll is dead.
Nandara just shouts, "Thank you!"
So
Your
Yoan,
face is welcome.
yeah, we'll say that's the one that said face. That one took flame straight to the side. Yoan, you move, you cast a spell. Do you have anything else you'd like to do for this turn?
I sure do. As a bonus action, I'm going to mentally command Killian to approach the nearest knoll and very nicely brush the dust off of his clothing, as a servant might. But out loud, he's going to say, Killian, attend to that one.
Does that have any game? I'm just curious. Does that have any gameplay effect?
I assume that the knoll would feel an invisible thing dusting
yes,
dust off of its clothing next to it.
I just know you, and I know that you're a tricksy one. I'm wondering if you have to plot up your
no mechanical effect.
No, okay, I love it. We love flavor. For anyone
just making the knoll aware.
Strangely, just let him.
Also,
know
he's still
who's
got
boss.
the backpack with him.
Yeah, there's a floating backpack that hovers near the knoll. Just so anyone out there in D&D world is unfamiliar, Unseen Servant is literally just an invisible being of force, which is now tending carefully to the knoll. You can see the knoll is like holding its bow, glowering down at the party, and then you can see the edge of its leathers just like fluff up for a moment as like puffs of smoke and like dust raise. Sort of coughs out some putrid spit. But yes, it is thoroughly dusted in the non-literal sense. Okay, that was Yoan's turn, which means it is now Percy's turn. Percy!
No.
Percy's like behind the bar, hand on his sword. Your Graham, damn it, you are the son of Erdnor Graham, and you can do this! As he pulls up his sword into the air, which is pretty much just as big as he is. And you can see this like lofted up into the sky for a moment as he slowly teeters. And the sword just embeds itself into the wood. Oh, bother. Oh, bother. Oh, me. As he grabs the hilt of it and attempts to... don't worry,
I told you not to even try.
You hold him off. I will be right there. As he continues to try and pull the sword. I'm going to give him a strength save. It's wiggling free. I can feel it. As Percy tries to wrestle his sword out of the ground to no avail. That is the end of Percy's turn.
Percival.
Percy, you didn't even need to try.
Buddy,
You didn't even need to.
Oh, my
It's okay.
friend.
Gray, it is going to be your turn, and that means Viola, you are on deck.
Thank you, on deck.
But Gray may or may not be in our plane.
Okay. All right, so I am free now. What's the nearest one to me? Because you said they all poured in?
Yes, you have the two closest to you are about 30 odd feet away. They're currently crouched behind tables, using them as like makeshift cover for their arrows.
All right, so throwing my magic stone, would that still be considered a bonus action, or is that my action?
It is a bonus action to make the magic stone. It is an action to throw the magic stone, if I am not mistaken.
Can I give
the last two stones to some people that are around us, and can they just throw them out of turn, cause damage?
Interesting. I like where you're going. Give me a persuasion check to see if you can rouse these, like...
For you? Okay, for the...
Yeah, for me. Okay. Yeah, no. Convince the DM this is a good idea. No, the townsfolk that they can do this.
Shit. I got inspiration. Let me roll that. I got 2 inspiration. I'm going to use it. All right. 18.
18? Okay. I can't wait for the answer to this question. So what does Gray say and or do to inspire these fear-stricken townsfolk to throw magic stones at these gnolls?
I do exactly what I did to the other dude with the chest. I take the stone, I put it in their hand, and I say, safe, to 2 people.
Nice. Okay. And you can... Aw, thank you, Philanthus. Philanthus just followed us. We got a little follow notification.
Hey!
Okay, a couple of the townsfolk now cradle these glowing ember stones in their hands, and they nod back. Safe. They reach up, they lean back. I'm gonna let you do the attack rolls for them.
Okay.
That'll just be easier than.
But I want to be clear. This is not my attack.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Okay. This is my action. Okay.
Technically, your action was to talk to them.
Anyway, I rolled a 19 for the first.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll for damage for that one, or roll again?
I roll for both attacks, but you will roll for damage, yes, eventually.
Because depending on the damage, I may want to attack the same one, or...
Okay. I see
No,
I see what you're saying. I understand your direction. Yes, you may roll damage first, if you want to pile them on.
Oh, shit, hell yeah. Okay, 6 plus... I got 9.
Okay. So, one of these... What town folk do? Describe this townsperson that you hand this stone to.
A woman with, like, her 2 front teeth missing, just skin marks just, like, all over her face, like, bald patches.
She's been through it.
She's been through it, but, like, she's at the same time, she's, like, even though, like, she's missing half her teeth, when she smiles, it is so warm. Like, you just love being around her.
Okay, and with that, she cocks her arms back with her toothless smile. He's sitting down, nose! And she throws her arm. A glowing ember sails across the bar, hits it in the side of its head with such magical force that the stone shatters, and you can see there is nothing but a bloody concave hole in the side of the gnoll's head. It stumbles backwards and then falls over dead on the ground.
Okay, and the other throw. Okay, it was a 14.
A 14, and even with their table, that is enough to hit for sure. You're gonna have to tell me which townsfolk gets the stone too.
This one is someone who's almost like my age.
Okay.
Another girl, because girls roll.
Yes. Take that down in chat. Girls rule.
She is someone that you can tell just like is like the older sister who's raising who's helping to raise her siblings. Never ever raised a weapon to anyone. Is like the most gentle soul you've ever seen. 6. Sorry, yeah, again. Damn, my dice are rolling great today.
Hey, when fortune favors you, don't look a gift roll in the mouth.
Well, these dice have been cursed for me.
Oh, okay.
Remember, I was like literally saging them last time. Remember?
Yes. All right, level 1, breaking the curse. We love this. You can see this spirited, spunky girl gripping the stone as she holds it close to her. this is for Tommy, and this is for Billy, and this is for Sandy, and this is for Tom, and rolls back, throws it as another glowing ember stone sails across. This knoll reaches up as it catches it in the throat. You can see it embeds itself into the fur, and you can just hear a gasping sort of falls over the table, sort of claws at it for a few moments, and then goes limp. The knoll is dead.
We hug. End turn.
End turn. All right. So that means Viola. That means you are up, and Nadar, you are on deck.
Before I get started, a knoll check. I'd like to do a knoll check. How many knolls? Where are they? Are they close to me? Are they inside?
There's one which is trying to bite at Nadar still. 4 which are currently enshrouded in your mists, although presumably next turn will be moving, and then maybe more that pour in through the walls and the windows and try to eat your faces. Who knows?
But where are they right now?
They are outside. Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Okay. And if I do not save Mr. Halfling Man this turn, will he die? Is he getting worse?
I would say he ain't getting better.
Yeah, I hear you.
I will say this: if you go to the aid of that poor dying halfling, I will offer you a point of inspiration for your.
I'm
your
fucking gone. I run to him, and that is my whole movement. And then healing hands. I use healing hands. It's only going to give him 1 point. But I do believe, I think that's a bonus action. Let me triple check. Oh, it's an action. That's my whole action. Cool. So then I'm going to do healing hands on him.
Absolutely.
And revive.
And then we just vibe. What does it look like when you give someone the power of the healing hand?
Yeah, so healing hands for me is every time that I cast a spell, it's the same thing. I grab my sigil, there is a glow that comes from me, and the healing hands, anytime that I'm healing, it comes out like water out of my hands. So it looks like water, blue, coming out of my hands, and it gives him 1 point.
Nice.
Because every little bit helps.
Every little bit helps. Well, I can definitely say that is enough to... you watch as this wave of calming blue, and you can almost hear like a faint rumble in the distance as this magic emanates from your priestess. And you watch as the halfling sort of grabbing his arm, sort of rolling back and forth in pain. You watch as the arrow slowly begins to push upward out of the flesh, and right as the point would hit like where the body ends, it drops uselessly, blink, 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 out of him onto the tavern floor, and underneath where that puncture wound would be, there is not a single mark.
Love that. Can I look at them and also say technique? And kind of like gesture towards the knoll.
Oh, you want them to fight?
Just throw.
Just throw.
Technique.
I will say if you want to try that with another action coming up, you can. It was an action to persuade before for the other townsfolk.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, yes.
All right.
So with that, is that end your turn, Nadara? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Nadara's next. Viola, Nadara's now.
Yeah.
Okay. Nadara, that means you are up, which means Knowles inbound.
Okay. And I still got this one trying to bite me, right?
Yes, you do.
All right. So I am going to quickly, once we both can just pull both of my daggers off of my belt. And I'm just gonna go for a double dagger to this knoll.
I love it. Sorry, I'm just doing math. But please take a dagger and stab this knoll a bunch of times. I would love it if you did that.
Okay. Let's do it. All right. So the first one is a 13 to hit.
Okay.
And the second is a 19 to hit. Oh, I'm sorry, a 21 to hit. A 21.
Yeah, no, these guys are not wearing that heavy armor. You're good.
Oh, great. All right. So I roll damage for both hits.
Correct, you do. No sneak on them, unfortunately, because they know you're there, but you still get to do your stabby.
No worries. And what is it, D4? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Oh, the first hit does, okay, that's bad. 4 points of damage.
Nice.
And the second does 3 points of damage.
Nadara, this thing is clambering over the table, trying to bite at you, claw at you. As it lurches down, you swing one dagger and catch it in the neck. The other one, you catch it right under the ribs, just sort of pinning it on either side. You can see that it's still trying to claw at you from its distance, but its arms just aren't quite long enough the way that you're holding it at bay. And there's just a slow twist of your wrist as red leaks down the front of your blades, and the gnoll goes lifeless against your daggers. It is slain.
Beautiful. And there was no other gnoll in my direct vicinity, right? Those are the only two?
Correct. The other one got literally smoked by yellow.
Awesome. Cool. All right, I'm going to take full cover behind the bar again.
Nice.
I'm going to end my turn.
Perfect. So I'm going to erase that gnoll. Gnoll time. On deck is Zorvarax. Be aware. Okay, so a couple things are going to happen because Zorvarax is currently plugging the door where some of the gnolls would want to get in. So, 3 gnolls are going to come in through the window, right? They are shrouded by mist. The original 4 gnolls that can now move will move out of the mist and into the bar. So I'm going to make a note of that. There's 3 gnolls in the mist. The 4 that rush forward, 1 can get near Gray, 1 can get near M. Musa D. Can't get to... Actually, yeah, with their current movement, they can only get to Gray and Musa D. I'm sorry, friends. And that means... I'm accounting for...
No one's gonna try and attack me.
Oh, no. There's
No one wants
no,
to...
There's gonna be some gnolls coming your way, for sure. Sir Potts is on our stream. Hello, Potts. I love Potts.
Is that Potts?
That's the
Yeah,
Potts.
we know time soon.
Zorvarax, you watch as 2 gnolls bear down upon you at the front of the door. So that makes 2. I'm just counting all of my people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Let's go.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Perfect. Gnolls are in. Gnolls are here to stay. Zorvarax, they can't squeeze. You're standing in the doorway, right? You're like literally standing. Okay, so they're not gonna try to squeeze past you because that would probably not be good for them. But they will try to attack you anyway. First gnoll, it's gonna be a 15 to AC.
Nah, bruh.
And the other one is going to be like a 3 to hit. Very low roll. These gnolls, they have their spears. They try and jab at you, and your massive glaive.
I actually was gonna bring this up. I didn't even mention my glaive yet.
Oh, dang. Okay. Do you want to make it known?
Zorvarax. Yes, because I was gonna point this out. Zorvarax has a very pointed use for his glaive. His glaive is sacred. So when he walked into this bar and when he talked to Onathi, he left his glaive at the door. Because he saw this was not a place of like he was seeing all like he was like I don't think I'm gonna need to use this here. So when this all went down, he pulled out his sword.
Sword?
His long sword.
Alright.
That's what he's using right now.
Excellent.
So if things are getting thrown at him, he's trying to swap them away.
Well, very adroitly and adeptly you trained warrior, as the tips of their crude spears are no match for your iron blade. You parry both with ease. Now, Gray and Musa D, unfortunately, you are in a position where they can squeeze around you, which means you can get flanked, unlike Zorbrax, who's standing in the doorway. So Gray, this is first going to be held against you, as you have one null. You see one sort of slide in front of you on one end of the table with its fangs bared, smiling wide. As you turn your head, you see another one pop down, smiling in their sick little way. Their frothing jaws gnash down toward you. I'm very sorry about that. That's going to be a nat 20. It was going to happen to someone, Gray. It was going to happen to someone Gray. It was going to happen to someone, Gray. That being said, this is their fang attack, which means give me a Constitution save.
11.
Okay, you begin to feel some foul influence sink into your blood, but battered and bitten with rage, you manage to push past it. You still suffer the increased damage from the attack, though, which is 4 points of damage.
I'm almost dead.
Sometimes that happens. Well, here's the other hit, which is going to be a
There's
7.
another one that's about to attack you. I said, what?
That is such a good impression of me. Can you do it again?
There's another one that's going to attack you.
Dude, you nailed it. Do you want to DM next time? no, okay. Math. That's going to be 17 to hit.
Nope.
Okay, so, wait. I'm about to say, don't you level 1, 17 AC.
Yeah.
Alright. So this one is not a critical hit, which is great. Give me one more Constitution save to make sure it does not poison you.
18 plus 2, 20.
Okay. So you managed to push against the poison, 2 points of damage.
I'm dead. I'm sorry. I'm passed out.
I'm passed out. So that's going to be very interesting development because gnolls have something special happen when that triggers. Rampage. When the gnoll reduces a creature to 0 hit points with a melee attack on its turn, which he just does, the gnoll can take a bonus action to move up to half of its speed and make an attack. Guess who is half speed?
Wait, shit. I thought I had something where when I was reduced to 1 hit point, something happened.
You do, because you're a half-orc, yeah.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember. I'm so new. Okay, well, what is it?
That's exactly what you just said.
Tell me.
Tell me the thing that I do.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just remember.
I'm looking it up.
Anytime you drop to 0 hit points, you can, not anytime, once a day.
Once a day, so you can choose to drop to 1 instead.
Yeah, I do that.
Excellent. So you see this gnoll bites deep down into your flesh, and you almost watch as a muscle is just torn asunder under its bite. But Gray flexes harder than she's ever flexed in her entire life. Which manages to push out the full force of the bite and maintains consciousness even against its ferocious assault. So Gray is not dropped to 0 hit points, which means the rampage does not trigger, which means the gnoll stays where it is. Which
Gray
means...
locked in here with you. You locked in here with Gray.
The most she's ever spoken, and I'm totally okay with it. Excellent. Musa D, unfortunately, that means you have 2 gnolls on your case, although the one is just gnashing its jaws wildly at you from the other side of the table, trying to catch flesh, but only manages to hit air with an 8. I'm assuming that does not hit you. However, the other one just may. That is a non-natural 20.
Ooh.
Yeah, you know him.
I mean, technically I do, but, you know, DM's gotta verify. Okay, so, the gnoll lurches forward. You can see that diseased maw presses into Musad's colorful garb and into his flesh. That is going to be 2 points of damage, Musadi, and can you give me a Constitution saving throw to ensure that whatever sickly ooze is in their saliva does not drip into your veins?
Constitution, yeah.
Yep.
That's a 7.
Oof. Musadi, you feel your blood curdle underneath this bite. As it slowly releases its fangs, you can see the impact of the points of its fangs are now frothing with that same pestilent sort of spit. You are now suffering from the poisoned condition, which I will help you keep track of. I'm going to write a little note here. Until such a time where you are not. We'll cover that once we get there. But yes, you feel your limbs begin to numb and deaden and heavy as their rotting saliva pushes itself into your immune system. That is going to be all of the gnolls that are presently in the bar, however, so that means Zorvrax, you're next, followed by Musadi.
Alright, so I'm still standing in the door, yeah?
Yeah, you got 2 gnolls who are desperately trying to stab you and not doing too hot of a job.
I'm gonna stab them with my sword.
That sounds like a good idea. I think you should try to stab them.
I think that's what I should do when there's 2 of them around me. So that's going to be ooh. Ooh, a 21 to hit.
Oh my god, yes. That is definitely a hit.
That's a 16 plus 5, baby.
Strong boy.
A D10 plus 3. Oh, that's a 5 damage.
I mean, hey, these gnolls, they're made of paper, but they ain't made of steel either. Zorvrax, you raise your longsword high above your head, and it is blue scales against rotted fur as you slink down, catch the gnoll right on the meat of its shoulder as you push the blade down through its tattered leathers. You can just see a bunch of sinew part underneath the force of your blade, and when you pull it out with a emphatic your blade now covered, stained red, the gnoll tries to clutch at the gaping wound, falls to its knee, and lurches forward, slain.
It's done. So there's still another one though, right next to me, yeah?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so I can't exactly escape to try to shield anyone else. So
if you try to walk away, yeah, it will attack you, for sure.
Looking around, who's looking worse for wear and needs a little defending? Is there anyone that, like?
I know
Nadar, you were hit pretty
HP.
hard, right? Like.
No, I'm actually pretty good. I
you're
think
good?
Musadi
Okay.
and Gray are on the verge of collapse.
You doing okay, Viola? You doing okay, Gray? You doing okay?
I'm good. Gray's
Anyone?
not really.
Kimani? I assume Kimani is fine. I don't know why. I just do.
I'm PHP.
Yeah. Okay. So we're all okay. So I'm gonna say where I'm at.
No,
A resounding
I'm gonna
no.
go to Gray's assistance. I'm gonna actively let. I'm gonna disengage.
Oh, you're gonna take an act. Oh wait, you attack, so you can't. You're not going to.
Yeah.
Technically
I'm gonna let
an opportunity
an attack come at me while I go to be in the middle.
I mean, it wouldn't even matter. I mean, your armor's the highest in the party, but the way I'm rolling against you, it really doesn't matter. This thing lurches forward with its spear, catches one of those large planks of metal on your shoulder with a resounding clang and a spark. And unfortunately, it does, well, for it, I should say, it does not strike true, and you can move unaccosted forward.
So I go and I try to get in the middle so that they don't have an easy way to attack. Okay, while they're down in the dumps.
Oh, okay. So you want to put yourself in between, like, the flanking position.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'll allow it. Sweet. So you attack. Do you move anything else for you, Zorvrax?
I don't think I have any bonus actions I can use, so I think that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Musa D, it is you, followed by Yoan is on deck. Musa D, you are currently poisoned, which means, and I quote, a poison creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. You'll be able to make a save at the end of your turn to attempt to push the poison out of your system. So for now it is affecting you, presumably you may be able to save yourself in the future.
With that being said, can I just have what knoll is closest to me? Who's closest to me in the center?
You have two gnolls who are on you. Those are the ones who just bit you last turn. Behind you, where they're behind one of the tables you were taking refuge behind, is Gray and Zorvarax. Gray's obviously not looking good, but Zorvarax has now stepped in to hopefully mitigate some of that chaos. And all of the other gnolls right now are currently fog clouded, the ones that are inside at any rate, and Yoan is behind a bar with his hand still aflame, just recently moded an enemy.
I'm assuming that if I move, attack of opportunity, and that gives no back.
Correct, twice.
Oh. Okay, so then can I use, is healing word an action or a bonus action?
Healing word is a bonus action, so you could still do that and have your regular action available to you.
Okay. What I'll do, I will glance quickly back at Gray, and I'll flash the rock, and I'll say safe, and I'll use healing word on Gray. And then I'm gonna lunge toward one of the gnolls and try to attack.
Hell yeah. I feel like you need a point of inspiration for bringing up the same.
Yeah.
That is great. That is so wonderful.
Hell yeah, action economy.
Yeah, use it wisely. Use it wisely. So what does your healing word look like as it travels to Gray, and then what do you roll for Gray's health back?
So when I flash the rock, I just wanted just to pulse, just like a pulse, just a little warm light, just a warm light that Gray is, and that's safe. Just that little whisper of safe right toward Gray, and then I want to heal him for it. It looks like D4, right? 1D4.
Yeah, 1d4.
It says 1D4 plus.
Oh, your spellcasting modifier, which would be charisma.
Right. So then that would be charisma.
I want to say +3 for you, maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
+3. Okay, so that's going to be 3 plus 3, that's 6.
Ooh, that's a hefty amount of health back.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
Safe.
Yeah, and then I'm going to try to strike one of the nose in front of me.
All right, Musadi, one hand clutching his rotting wound, the other on his blade, ready to strike down a gnoll. You can make an attack. It will have disadvantage, unless you have any other effects or abilities that would counteract.
I do have luck. I don't know if that works.
Ooh, I forgot. You are a lucky human. Yeah, you can use that 3 times per day, and I believe you can use that to re-roll. Let's see exactly how it's worded. When you make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can spend 1 point of luck and roll an additional d20. You can choose to spend one of your luck points after you roll the die, but before the outcome is determined. You choose which of the d20s is used for this roll. You can also spend... oh, wow. You can also spend a luck point when an attack is made against you. I never knew that. And then you can choose when... That's cool. So yeah, essentially you can roll... So you're going to roll with disadvantage, but then you would roll an additional die anyway. Yeah.
Would that make it easier? Just roll 1d20?
Yeah, we'll count it as advantage in this case. Why not?
That is a 12 plus my attack bonus, right?
Yep.
That's 16.
Ooh, against all odds, the arm deadened and numbed, you manage to raise the blade and swing it as it catches fur and flesh of the gnoll before you. You can roll for damage. All right, and I do 5. Ooh. Okay. Let me make a note here. Musadi, the blade work, far unlike Zorvarax, which is a lot more force than anything else, Musadi, as a swift flick of the wrist, as you see a clean, swooping line cut across the gnoll's hide. A moment later, you see some of that flesh begin to slowly flay and peel aside as streams of blood ooze out of the line carved across its flesh. The gnoll holds the wound, collapses against the table nearby, and sinks down to the side. Gnoll is slain. Perfect. Okay, so that was a bonus action. That was an action. Oh, and then do you have anything else you want to do?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand my ground for now for that last note.
End of your turn, that means you get to make a save against the poison to see if it is still affecting you, so you can give me a Constitution save.
So 15.
15. After that heroic display of you slashing through that knoll, you watch as whatever blackened ooze that was once inside of your veins begins to blurt out until it is clean and red once again. You are no longer poisoned by the knoll's rotted bite. Musili, that was the end of your turn, which means Yoan, you are up, which means Percy's on deck.
Is there still a knoll on Moose City?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and how many are on Gray?
Currently now one, because Zorvarax muscled his way in between the other one. So now there's one on Gray, one on Zorvarax.
Great. Is there still a knoll within 15 feet of Killian?
Yes. Yes, there is.
Okay, great. I know what I'm going to do then. Am I in a place to get a clear shot at Musadi's knoll?
There is that table cover, so they're going to get a little, what is that, a +2, I think, for half cover?
For half cover, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, fine. I'm going to fire off another firebolt.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, boy. I was gonna really poetically use Bardic Inspo, but I don't need it. That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah,
Ooh.
absolutely. I even with the cover, I don't think that can save their low AC. So go ahead.
Okay, that would be 1 damage, but it is in fact 2 because of my feet.
Oh,
so,
that's right.
Yeah. Oh, and I can't add the damage. That's not the kind of bard he is. Not yet. So Yoan gathers another mote of fire to his hand and fires it off at the knoll near Musadi. And it hits, and as the little fire burst, as the mote explodes, there's a little wave of heat. Not a very big one. And then a little something else supplants it, like a Musadi can feel like a little bit of a cold heat to it. It sort of sucks the heat out of the air to enhance itself.
Roll for what was that damage roll?
There was a 1, and it became a 2.
Well, it became a 2. Got you.
Yeah. And so it's not much, but it got a little spark from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Somewhere mysterious.
Somewhere mysterious. Musadi, you watch as the fur on the knoll singes for a moment, and then almost some bits of it are like they're matted with blood, almost crystallize, as if that coldness has affected its physical form. And it is damaged, but still standing.
I can live with that. Yoan doesn't make any remarks about that yet, but he does command Killian to take the small knife from his backpack to show the nearest knoll.
Yeah.
Killian, show him the knife. Show him my best knife.
You see as this floating backpack rummages around a moment. You see something jostling inside. Then you see a knife stand perfectly upward, as if someone is just standing so attentively, as it then hovers slowly in front of the knoll. The knoll's clutching its burnt arm. Sort of looks at this hovering knife with a twist of its head, dog-like confusion riddled across its features.
And that's all I got.
All right. Yoan, and now it's Percy. Percy, both hands on the hilt of his sword, as he's trying to pluck it out of the wooden timbers at his feet. Save one for me, one for the valiants, the name Graham. Will go down in history, Percival Graham. Rolls his strength roll. Like I said, save one for me. I'm on my way. Just a few more tugs. That is going to be the end of Percival's turn. as he attempts to wrestle the sword out of the ground. Gray, it is your turn, followed by Viola.
Every time. Okay, so I'm gonna take my shillelagh, and I'm gonna hit.
So yes, you.
No, she can hit.
She can. At that price point, she can hit.
And hit.
So if I'm not mistaken, shillelagh bonus action. So yeah, you enchant your staff for more strength. So you want to tell me what it looks like when Gray imbues her staff with magical might?
Yeah, I turn it landscape wise. So the flame kind of like goes up this way, and then kind of for just a brief moment turns white and covers the whole sphere, and then just comes back and goes back to normal.
Nice. Heck yeah. The wood, hardened and fortified by the druidic magic, is now ready to break some null face, which means you can roll using your wisdom modifier as opposed to your strength. So you're about to roll so good.
All right,
Also,
so
by the way, 20 viewers right now sticking with us into the evening. Thank you guys so much. This is incredible.
Damn, thanks, guys.
I know, yeah, this is so fun. Hope you're having
15.
fun watching Knowles get battered to death. 16, speaking of Knowles getting battered to death, yeah, that's going to happen. That hits.
I said 15. Just going to be honest.
Well, I appreciate your honesty, and because you said that, it does.
Point of inspiration.
No, I'm teasing it.
Cool. All right, 1d8 plus. Okay. Okay. And then you said it's plus 2. Sorry, 6, 8. It's 8.
8 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, woof. Gray. You wind up, you choke up on that staff like it is a slugger of a bat as you wheel it around. It knocks the knoll right underneath the jaw, and with the force that you would imagine would just snap like a chunk of wood in half, but the opposite, you hear bone shatter underneath the strength of your blow as the knoll's neck just sort of bends at an ungodly angle for a moment, and as Gray readies the staff back at her side, the knoll falls onto its knees, and its loose slop of meat and neck and bone just falls forward at her feet.
How many are there?
Currently, there are 1, 2, 3 in the bar. Actually, no, I'm sorry. 3 in the bar that are not smoked. 3 in the bar that are smoked, and you presume there may be a few more outside.
Okay. Okay. That's my turn.
Okay. Gray, that means Viola, you're up, and Nadar, you're on deck.
Hello. So where are the knolls in the bar? There's one by Gray and one by Musadi.
Gray just shattered her, so there's one by Zorvax and one by Musadi. There's actually one that's by the entrance of the bar, but it hasn't had the chance to enter yet because it was previously being held at bay by Zorvax. Presumably next turn, it's going to be able to run in. And then there's 3 that are by the window who are choking on your mystical fuse.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So I'm running straight to Musadi, and I am going to take my Warhammer, and I'm going for that knoll.
Nice. I will say, too, because of your position in the bar, you were like far on the other end of the bar because you're running behind it. I will allow you to establish flanking with Musadi, since he's on the other side of it, which means you can roll with advantage.
Uh-huh. 16 to hit.
16? Was that... No, roll twice, just see if you crit. Why not?
I rolled twice.
Oh, you rolled twice? Oh, okay, great.
I did the opposite of crit. I did the uncrit.
I did the worst
I did
part.
a 1 crit.
I did the
bad one. I was just going to be quiet about it. Now you've brought attention.
I'm sorry, yeah, it's DM. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Pay no attention.
I did it.
Viola swings that hammer up and over all of the godly might within her arm, strikes downward on the knoll. You can roll for damage. 5. Boom. The sort of that sort of like cancerous hump of flesh that like rests on the back of the hyenas. Yeah, right? Yeah, you like that? Hey,
Say that.
I'm just describing these mangy, pestilent creatures.
Too
I'm
vivid.
sorry.
Too vivid.
You hear, you want me to be worse? The hammer hits this lump, and you hear a sickening squish as fat and tissue press apart at the impact of your blow. The knoll collapses underneath the weight of the hammer at your feet, slain.
Fine. That's it.
Perfect. Nadara, that means you are up, and that means the gnolls are going next, followed by Zorvrax. So Zorvrax, you're like 2 up.
All right, so that means that there's one gnoll in the doorway that hasn't come in yet. There's 3 in the fog, and the rest are outside. But everything that's in the bar is dead.
One's still alive on Zorvrax, and then the 3 are there's 3 alive, but they're in the smoke, which means your shots may not be so great. But
Okay, and the one on Zorvax, is it hurt already?
the one on Zorvrax has not been touched yet. No.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna take a crossbow shot at that one on Zorvrax.
We love to see it.
Let's see if I can hit this one.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is qualified for sneak attack because you have an ally within 5 feet of you. So if you hit, you will get sneak. It will be a sneaky hit.
Beautiful. All right, let's see. That's a 14 to hit.
That strikes true if I've ever seen it.
Hey, great.
Nice.
Okay, and then sneak attack is
Thank you.
1 extra d6. I got you. Sneak attack is 1 extra d6. Is that correct?
At this current level, I believe so. Level 1.
Yes. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. All right, so crossbow is 1d8. Okay, so that's not a d8. Okay, this is. All right, so. Oh, wow, I'm going to eviscerate this gnoll because without sneak attack damage, I have already done 11 points of damage to it.
Yeah,
So,
6 plus 5. Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, 15 total damage to it.
Jesus.
Zorvrax, you are like squared up, sword in hand with this gnoll as it like brandishes the edge of its spear. You're both like edging each other up, sort of like dancing, ready for the first one to make the wrong move. It's smiling, it's hissing at you, almost like mocking you in its gnoll tongue, ready to strike. It raises its spear, seeing a moment, ready to lunge, when suddenly you hear it from behind, and from the gnoll's belly, from the other side, a crossbow bolt pushes through. Zorvrax, the front of your armor, just slickened with gnoll blood. As the gnoll puts one hand on the crossbow, drops its spear, and tries to brace itself on the floor for a moment before one cough of blood, and then falls at your clawed feet. You can see
Why am
Nadara.
I even here?
You can see Nadara at the edge of the bar with the crossbow.
I'm just gonna kind of like wink at him.
Nailed it. Nailed it.
Yeah, I'm staying behind the bar, so I'm gonna end my turn.
Okay. Perfect. Nadara, so that means the null. So that means a couple things are going to move around. Presumably some more things are going to enter. So...
If they can create a gust of wind that's up to 10 miles per hour, then they can.
I promise you they cannot. They can do a lot of things. But maybe if they all wave their arms at the same time very emphatically, but that would take a lot of coordination.
Or maybe they could just use the door.
Okay. They blew it up.
That too.
All right. I can't talk. From the doorway, 3 gnolls bust through.
Okay.
The gnoll that was previously in the doorway.
I was in the doorway, wasn't I?
No, you
No,
walked
you
over to
moved.
help Gray.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
The gnoll that was previously in the doorway now sees Nadara right across the way with her arm on the bar, just slaying one of its friends. So it quickly closes the distance to try and end those shenanigans. The 3 that were in the smoke now move forward. And so that will be 1 on Zorvrax again, 1 on Gray again. And actually, since they're close enough to get to either of you, I'm going to make it a random roll to see who they pile on. We're going to say Zorvrax, because Zorvrax has been doing pretty good at tanking all of
That's what I'm here.
Gnolls so far.
4.
And then finally, you can hear what sounds like 3 more footfalls land through the other side of the window in the smoke. So the 3 that have moved up have now been replaced by 3 other smoke-clad gnolls. Which means attacks. Which means the gnolls in the smoke are going to fire. They're going to do so blindly, so they're going to try their dang best. But you can hear their black bows, the strings get taut as they're sort of peering through the smoke. You just hear that from behind the wall of mist. 3 shots. Let's see. Zorvrax, going to be a 13 to AC.
Nah.
Alright. Let's see. This one's actually going to sail towards Viola, because, yeah, that'd be within line of sight from the door, and you just smote one of their friends. It makes sense. Oh, hey, remember how I said sometimes I roll nat 20s against my friends? I'm sorry. Viola. This arrow catches you, like you've just like swung your hammer down. You've just brought one of those gnolls to bear. The gnoll sees that as it breaks through the smoke, lets an arrow loose. It catches you right in the side. Can you give me a dexterity save?
I mean, I can. I'm not very dexterous. So we'll try our bestest.
Okay, that's an 18.
An 18? Okay. So you suffer the 4 points of damage. However, the arrow... It was a crit. And, I mean, you know, for all things considered, if you're getting 4 damage on a crit at this point in your career, that's not too bad. One day those crits are going to be like double digits, and that's a whole other time to be alive. Or dead. However, the arrow, which planned to pin you in place to make you easy pickings, you did manage to roll away from just in time. It just catches a shred of your red cloak pinned into the long table behind you, but you are not pinned in place.
And now I'm livid because it ripped my fucking cloak.
It did rip your cloak. And you know what? Why don't we spread the love? Yoan hasn't seen a lot of danger.
Now, hold on.
But Yoan, it doesn't matter because they fired blindly and did not do a very good job. So Yoan, you see a black arrow whistle from behind the fog, and you manage to duck just in time for it to catch the long table that you're beside, so no damage there. Now for the gnolls that are actually in the bar, causing a ruckus and not smoked. Nadara, against you. I'm going to roll as fast as I can to keep things moving. That's not going to hit. That's a 6 to AC. So that gnoll,
definitely misses.
yeah, is going to gnash wildly with its fangs. All you do is get covered with spit and bad breath. But that's about the extent of it. Zorvrax, you got 2 on you. Let's see if they can actually hit you for any damage. I will say that they can establish a better attacking perimeter on you. Okay, non-natural 20 to AC.
Of course that hits. I'm level 1. Come on.
This I think the first time you've been hit, so I gotta double check. And then a 17 to hit.
Both those hit, yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna give me a Constitution save first to see if the poison gets you.
That poison is gonna give me a... Oh boy.
Listen, they got these rotted
That's gonna be
fangs.
an 11. con save.
Okay, so you managed to resist the influence of the poison. That's only 2 points of damage. Give me another con save for the other bite.
9 for the second one.
What is there? Actually, yeah, you managed to pass that one as well. Don't worry about it. You still take the damage. You still take the 2 damage, so you've taken total 4.
So that's 2 for both, right?
Yes.
So 4 total.
4 total. Gray. Oof. This one whiffs. This one pretty much sinks its teeth into the wood and tries to tear a chunk out, but does only catch his table. And then finally, the 3 that just entered cannot move. A volley of shots. We're gonna go nearest to furthest. So let's say Yoan. That's a miss. Nadara. 15. What's your AC? You would have a +2 because you're behind the bar.
16 then.
16.
Wait,
okay.
Ryan, are they shooting twice?
There's 3, so you're shooting once.
But then they already shoot?
There was
Like, because they shot at me?
the group behind the smoke did, not the ones that entered through the door.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah. So Nadara, because you're behind the bar, you watch as one of the black arrows just sinks into the bar top, misses. Finally, oh my god, these guys aren't rolling like very good guys. They're rolling like very bad guys tonight. Nadara, sorry, not Nadara. Viola, you watch as another arrow sails across the bar towards you and just manages a close grouping with the other arrow that you just managed to break free from, but does not catch your flesh. So that is all of the gnolls. Zorvrax, it is you, and then Musadi.
Well, I mean, there's people right next to me now.
Yes, there are.
I'ma slash them.
Yeah, that seems like a good plan. I would do
That's
that.
the best thing to do right now, you know? Just attack people.
I think maybe you should try
That's-
persuasion. No one's tried talking to him yet, so...
No, you say persuasion, but I say attack. And when I rolled a 14, that means my longsword gives me a big ol' 19.
Yeah, that's a fat
So
stack of
I
sword.
want to hit with that.
That's
I wanna
fair.
hit with that. Yeah. So I'm doing this two-handed because Zorvrax he likes to take things. He goes hard.
Charlie's Angels full throttle is
Charlie's Angels is exactly my inspiration. Zorvrax.
Yeah, we talked about
know if
it.
you knew
Like,
this.
well, yeah, there's the famous Dragonborn character in Charlie's Angels.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if
So
I don't know if
he's
we can
gonna
keep
do-
saying that without getting in trouble, so I'm gonna stop. I don't know if this Twitch has an
He's
algorithm.
gonna do a solid 5 damage with his roll of a 2
Oh,
He swings hard, but he doesn't always hit hard, you know?
I mean, 5 is still for these little nollies. These little
It's like-
cannolis.
Slashes with his might, and maybe they're there, maybe they're not. Who knows who shows up to get hit.
Yes, sorry, I'm realizing I'm doing math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect. Zorvrax, you wind up, you take a swing, you slice horizontally right across its tummy, and you just see guts follow shortly thereafter as the gnoll desperately tries to hold onto its innards and fails miserably. It is slain. And I will erase him off the board. You've attacked. You still have one on you. Do you want anything else you want to do for now?
Well, there's still one on me, so I'm just gonna stay there, kind of keeping him at bay.
Okay.
Them at bay.
One thing I should do, Viola, you got hit with a crit on the 1 strike, so can you give me a concentration save for your smoke spell? I forgot to call for that. at that
Yeah.
time.
Also, I'm gonna have to go soon.
Yeah, we're gonna end. I think the writing's on
At the end of
wall
turn
this
order?
one. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. So 18 plus 2, 20.
Okay, cool. You maintain concentration on the spell. The smoke remains aloft.
Okay.
Sorverax Musadi.
Yeah, I'm attacking anything that's close to me.
Okay, so you can move towards either one that is on Gray or one that is on Zorvrax currently.
Right, for sure.
All right. Musa D. You can get into a flanking position, so I will give you advantage on that.
I don't think I need it because I rolled a 19.
Nice. Roll that damage.
You could get a 20.
Right.
You
I was
never
like, well,
know.
what if your
Potential.
next roll
You
is a
never
20?
know.
Yeah. I did 3 damage.
3? Alright, damage but still standing is this gnoll as you cut down its arm as it tries to swing around just in time to face you. And Yoan?
My turn?
Yep.
Great. Is there, within 30 feet of me, a group of couple of gnolls and like a 15-foot cone, let's say?
I love that you're asking those for those very specific numbers. There absolutely are. There are 3 gnolls that are standing in a group right by the entranceway.
Great. Yoan's going to move over to them, saying, oh, I'm absolutely tired of this. Here we go. Gathers a little fire into his wand, sets his hands in sort of a triangle with them, speaks an incantation, and then a burst of fire, a full-ass cone of it, which he carefully positions himself not to catch the tavern on fire, let's be clear. It bursts forth and washes over these 3 gnolls. Oh, boy. And then, before I do it, anyway, here comes 3d6 fire damage.
Oh, we love that. What's your spell save DC?
That's a great question. Dexterity save DC 13, if you please.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be, that's going to be a 9 after the elemental adept thing. So again, a wash of fire, and then the air around the cone gets a little colder, and the fire gets a little hotter.
You watch as a torrent of live flame erupts out of Yoan's hands and washes over these gnolls. They hardly had a time to react. They hardly had time to drop their bows to turn to face him before they are just awash in flame. Immediately, the smell of burning hair and singeing flesh overwhelms any other scent that was previously in the tavern, as all you can see, but you're shielding your eyes from this bright golden and red light. All you can see are the blackened husks of these gnolls sort of flailing in the fire. When the flames finally burn out of Yoan's fingertips, you can see the charred, battered remains of these gnolls who fall forward, and some of them even splinter into little ashen piles as all 3 are utterly incinerated by the arcane fire. Not the arcade fire, by the way, the arcane fire.
Now the rest of you go home, Killian, drop the knife for emphasis, and there's just a metal clatter to punctuate it.
Yeah, soundlessly you just watch the knife ting, 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 hit the ground. To this, though, to Yoan's point, the rest of the gnolls look toward each other. They see the field of bodies of their brethren, which has just littered the tavern floor, as you begin to hear them sort of speaking into this strange language to one another, as they look behind them towards the open, now somewhat singed door and the busted window, as you hear baying sort of, and you hear echoing calls in the distance as the gnolls begin to clamber and shuffle themselves as quickly as they can out away from the tavern, clambering through the windows, attempting a retreat.
The moment they hit the door, I say, and stay out!
I don't know if you do this in order,
action there?
but I definitely, I want to definitely shoot at the gnoll that was spitting on me, so.
Okay, yeah, you can give me a shot, why not?
Yeah? Okay, cool. I just want to see. Oh yeah, that's gonna be an 18 to hit. Wait, did y'all hear me? Wait, am I muted?
Oh no,
Yeah,
you rolled a big number. I heard.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So then, all right, 1d8. Oh, it's gonna be 5 damage.
You can see one gnoll straggling behind the rest of its kin, sort of like that whimpering, sort of, hey, trying to get away as fast as it possibly can, and then you just hear as it catches it, right as it wheels around the door. You just hear the thunk, 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 thunk of the gnoll splay it out against the dirt road, slain. It is around this time that you hear, almost got it! As Percival raises his sword into the air. Come at ye, vile gnolls! Taste the blade of Percival Graham, valiant to be! And where are they all gone? I was just, Ooh, okay, well, broke a sweat on that one. That was a good scuffle. I can see why I've hired you lot. Right. Good show. Everyone! As he, like, slings the sword back into his hip. Slowly, the townsfolk begin to clamber out of their hiding holes and from behind various obstacles, tables. O'Naffy with his bat, sort of shaking in his hands. They're all gone. They all get out, they skip.
I do believe they did skit.
To this, lays the bat on the ground. Why, I have not seen such a dazzling display of heroic in all my days, and y'all are honorary guests of O'Naffy tonight and all nights. I wager, anytime you make your way through such stuff, you come here, make yourselves comfy, you hear me?
Don't think we won't, good sir.
Comfy, we shall make ourselves.
I feel like I'm really going through my brain here, and I'm trying to figure out where you showed up.
There's a bunch of stuff back here that's real valuable, like, I'm making sure that, nothing runs way out of my...
He's gonna let us stay for free. Let him off the hook.
It's
on
not
the Let him off the
fair.
hook.
I just don't remember you there, ever.
Correct.
You were very busy.
Motivation.
We want to
Behind the
stay.
bar.
We want to stay for free. So let's just vibe. We're just gonna
Alright.
vibe.
I'll vibe.
I'm gonna go over to Percival and I'm gonna say, do you have a smaller weapon that maybe we could outfit you with, so that you can maybe like either try it
A
out?
smaller weapon? That doesn't seem to make sense. You'd want a big one. You'd want a very big one because that helps you do the most killing. So
I don't know about that. I don't know
Well, you
about
did no
that. I
killing.
mean, I would just like to argue that size does not matter in this particular situation. It's what you do with the tool.
Percival, at
So-
first, the is lost on him a little bit. Yes, in this scenario, in which we are doing battle. Yes.
Correct.
Of course.
Yeah. Mhm.
Well,
So-
I didn't pack a variety of sizes of swords with me. That wasn't really on my to-bring list, but, if we happen to rummage
pull-
across one.
One of my spears out. I have 5. And I hand him a spear. And I say, I think that this will better suit you. And I wink. And I say goodbye.
He holds it, he looks at it for a second. Well, nice, nice you have swords, not with a spear, it's not quite as heroic, but okay, I'll make do, I suppose.
I guess knights' armors sometimes fit too, or they can pick their swords up. We're just spitballing here.
I'm working out. We'll get there. As he sort of slings it on his back, but I'll give it a shot. With that, I know that we are we're looking to end the night. It seems as though the gnolls have been held at bay. You've now helped Percival slay a bunch of gnolls and agreed to assign to follow him across Mira to deliver this mysterious package to the Knights Valiant. And you've managed to win yourself a free stay at O'Naffy's Roadhouse. Is there any other bits of business that you would like to conclude for yourselves?
We take a long rest.
Oh yeah, you earned yourself a good sleep.
Yeah. I want to take some time to go through that pouch I snagged earlier and see what was in it.
And I will definitely update you with those information outside of chat, but I will let you know for sure.
Thank you.
For sure.
Cool.
Anything else for anybody else?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I think that's gonna mint our very first session of level 1 adventuring, which is crazy. 4 years in the making. We ended our stream with 14 viewers this late still, which is crazy.
Nothing.
Let's go.
So thank you, honestly, so much. You guys have no idea. I mean, I'm speaking for myself, but please, anyone else speak. It means a lot to. I mean, I honestly still don't know what half this technology is. I'm figuring it out, but the fact that like I have just assembled a bunch of friends here to do something that I really like to do, and they're all here and you're all here, is incredible. And I can't wait to share more of it and tell great stories moving forward. Hopefully you had fun meeting our heroes, our hopefuls in Percival, and and watching some gnolls get battered open clean. And we'll figure out where this mysterious trail leads on our next adventure. Heroes, would you like to say anything to chat, our beloved friends who are here tonight?
Thank you so much for being there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You all.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
I'm so excited to do more of this. Next Wednesday is going to be the next stream. We'll figure out our timing. Maybe we won't go as late. We'll figure it out. But it'll still be 7:30 to start. And also Mondays, some of the gang here might be joining me for DM streams where we talk about game design and philosophy and adventure design. So if that is something that interests you, Mondays around the same time slot. Follow us on everything. I'm going to link eventually. I'm still working on it. All of our, you go to the Instagram, which is at Level 1 Adventuring on Instagram. It has our link tree, which connects you to everything, Twitter, the Discord, all that fun stuff. We'll be posting more updates. And we'll keep you posted until then. So thank you so much, and we can't wait until next time. So until then, goodbye. We'll roll the outro. We'll roll the outro.
I think everyone.
There you go.
I don't know.
We're still live on Talk, but now we won't be. Goodbye, friends.